Good evening. This is the Ridgewood Village Council Public Workshop. The date is February 1st, 2023. The time is 7:30. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Perrin. Here. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd.
Here.
And Mayor Vagianos.
Here. Let's all join together and salute our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to go right to our public comment section. It makes me very happy to see so many people here participating in village government. Before we begin, I want to make an announcement that, as many of you know, village council meetings are now available with participants at remote locations connecting to conferencing software provided by Zoom or by telephone. Members of the public are invited to view meetings live using Zoom, which also allows them to raise a hand and contribute with voice and video when they're invited to do so during public comments, as well as during public hearings during the meeting. If you are at home and wish to participate like this, please press *9 to raise your hand and get in the queue so that you can join in. So, public comments. Please state your name and your address, and I ask, as I ask at every meeting, that all comments are respectful and passionate. Thank you.
Could you check, please, if that microphone is on? Check the bottom. Is the green light on? If not, please push the button.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
You need to speak into it.
Yes, just so you know, if you, it's important to keep the mic close to your mouth so that we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Angela Lehmans, and I'm representing two households in Ridgewood, 517 East Saddle River Road and 541 East Saddle River Road. And I'm here to talk about Shedler and the changes in the plans. So I want to note that I was born in Ridgewood, and I've lived on the east side literally my entire life from day one. And I've been involved also intimately with the community group that's trying to save and preserve the Shedler property. The group that was started and led for many years by the late Isabella Altano. I am urging the council to keep the original plan and not change course. I remind the council that the plans were drawn up with extensive inputs from the neighborhood after a formal, inclusive process that took several years. At the time, it was agreed that the house would be preserved, and it was promised that many trees would be preserved as well, and that the field would be smaller, and there would be no lights and no concession stand, in order to avoid disruption to the neighborhood. At this point, changing course is unfair, unjust, and just plain wrong. The request to put in large fields would significantly impact the neighborhood in a very negative way in terms of noise and light pollution, to traffic, and also aesthetics due to the loss of trees. You would basically ruin the feeling of the neighborhood. As for the comments that the house and property are not historic, I ask you to check with the Ridgewood Historical Society. State and local experts have formally recognized the house and property as being of historic value and deserving of preservation. The east side of town deserves to have a beautiful park that all ages and abilities can use, not just a small group of athletes. Just like the duck pond, it should have walking paths, gardens, and trees, and a layout that would be more usable and equitable than large, empty, expensive playing fields that only a small percentage of overall Ridgewoodians would actually use. And you are stewards of Ridgewood lands. Your focus should be on conservation and preservation, as they are the most critical aspects of parkland management. And to those worried about the cost of Shedler impacting taxes, Shedler is being wrongfully accused of being the reason Ridgewood taxes are so high. So in short, in addition to civility, I would ask from this council integrity, honesty, transparency, and accountability. Don't flip-flop on your support of Shedler if you stated you were supportive during the election. Stop spreading falsehoods and propaganda about Shedler, and stop playing bait and switch with field-centric plans. Stick to the plan that was agreed to by the local community and the neighborhood. And in closing, if you are in doubt, ask your children and your grandchildren if they would prefer to preserve trees and Ridgewood's history versus clear-cutting the land and destroying a landmark for the convenience of playing an afternoon sport. Focus on the quality of life of the neighborhood rather than the quality of play. So thank you, and please stop the overdevelopment of Shedler and preserve the environment, the neighborhood, and the history for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
My name is Michelle Italia. I have come to this council many times. And
Michelle, your address, please.
3 Betty Court, Ridgewood.
Thank you.
I thought I had stopped speaking to the council on this subject. And here I am again from 207 to 222, and it's the same issue all over again, but given different perspective. The Shedler property is on the Ridgewood Master Plan. It's on the Historic District. The house is listed on the Master Plan as an historic, designated historic center. In March of 222, 3 historic areas were included, of one which was the Shedler property, the Zabriskie Shedler house and the property, and were given designation as a historical site. Route 17 is a corridor to the area, and it should be considered protected because of the house and because historically, when that designation was given, they found that there were artifacts in the area, and that was one of the consideration. Plus the fact that there was a specific bird that supposedly lives in that area, and I believe somebody else might remember that it was also designated as a protective by the New Jersey, someone will be able to give me that name, I don't remember it. Now, I attended a meeting of mayors who were on the panel discussing the issues. This meeting took place, it wasn't really a meeting, but it was at Bergen Community College, where the mayors who lived in the area or who were mayors of the area surrounding Route 17 were discussing drug issues. The mayor of Mahwah, to me, was specifically, I remember, this happened about 3 years ago, I remember distinctly what he called Route 17, the gateway of the drug area. Now, they were concerned that traffic takes place on 17 consistently, and that's why the meeting was there in Bergen Community College. You can reference to it. With this new plan that has been proposed by you as members who are the stewards of the town, I would kindly suggest that you seriously consider the consequences of bringing a bigger field, open it up to the community, not only our community.
Michelle,
I know it's my time is up, I realize,
Thank
but
you.
let me finish with one point that I'm going to be making.
Within
Very
the next
fast.
5
I'm
seconds.
a slow speaker. That's my
understand.
problem. I would consider that you can take a look at Saddle River Road, so many of you don't even are aware that it is one of the 2 narrowest streets in the town.
Michelle,
which
thank you
causes
very much.
congestion.
Forgive
I
me.
realize that.
Forgive
Thank
me.
you. But the
Michelle.
point being made is that this council
Michelle.
needs to address and look at things very carefully before you make this decision.
Thank you very much.
Nancy Brennan Hill, 136 Doremus Avenue, Ridgewood. I'm here because my heart goes out to the people that live in the Shedler community. They thought they had a deal. They pretty much agreed to it, and now it seems like, for what reason, I'm not real sure, it's being changed. And another reason I'm here, of course, as you all might suspect, is because of the trees. Any kind of a plan that means taking down more trees, I just can't support it. I came last night, I listened to the whole budget meeting from home after I left, and I have to say, I was disappointed. I went to the envisioning meetings where the people there supported Shade Tree and supported the canopy, and then I read the master plan with delight. It was a beautiful plan. Trees were woven all through it, their value and how we should, go forward. And then I saw the amount of money that you were going to put in for buying trees, and it's really not enough. It doesn't support the value of protecting the canopy. So I would appreciate it if you would take another look at that. Maybe talk to Siobhan. I understand she's going to be the liaison to the Shade Tree Commission. There are all kinds of facts about how many thousands of trees were down, how much money it takes just to get one more tree in. And if you do the math, we're not in a good place with that budget. And I appreciated the way Paul proceeded last night. I thought that was a very equitable way of asking people, are there things here that you need but that you could do without? So I'm wondering if we could ask, are there yet more things? If you want to support the community and the air and the environment and the health of people, is there yet one or two things that you could take out of your budget just for the pure purpose of supporting the canopy in Ridgewood? So
Thank you, Nancy.
Hi, I'm Andrea Mishler, 5 Betty Court. I would like to ask you to consider the original plan for the Shedler property. I'm dismayed that we're back to square one with this. If you were to make a large football field there, and with all the other things that are in that plan, you would end up destroying more trees. It's a very polluted area with all the big trucks that go down 17, and just from a health point of view, it would be very bad for the people in the neighborhood. In addition to that, I was looking forward to having a green space that I would be able to walk around, since West Saddle River Road does not have very many sidewalks to it. And if you have more cars coming through there, no sidewalks, where is there to take a nice walk? I also was looking forward to being able to take my grandchildren to that park, a play park for them. And so this is very disappointing. In addition, I took a look this evening just to refresh my memory about the Habernacle Park. That park has more acres than Shedler has, and yet they got exactly what they wanted in that park. They got the smaller field and green space for people to take walks, beautiful space. And I do think that the east side of town, which gets neglected quite a bit, really deserves as much. So I hope that you will keep those things in mind when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Hi, my name is Scott Muller. I live at 118 John Street, and I'm a happy 28-year resident of this beautiful village. I'm also one of the bad guys. I'm also the president of the Ridgewood Baseball and Softball Association, leading a group of 28 active adult volunteers and representing 1,350 kids, both boys and girls, in Ridgewood's largest youth program, none of which, by the way, are my own. My kids have graduated college and have moved away to start their lives. I just love volunteering. Some people call me crazy. I've been on this long, winding road with Shedler since 2014. A baseball field has always been the main consideration after the purchase of this property. Some of you didn't even live in this town when the Shedler was bought. Up until our past mayor reconfigured the design to only include a tiny pee-wee soccer field, this was not the vision of the purpose. Delays have plagued this once-in-a-generation land opportunity. We only have one shot at this. There's no more land around here. We have dragged through historical preservation of a dilapidated house, noise studies, pollution studies, arborist and land studies. A 15-foot high berm was constructed, grass and ferns planted with irrigation lines, arguments between our own residents and non-residents. This must end. I'm willing to work with the soccer, lacrosse, and football presidents, along with the village council, the neighbors, and the naturalists to come up with a plan that will benefit our children. It will take only one more flood to wipe out one of our seasons. No one will be able to get everything they want, so we must find a happy medium. I'm also willing again to team with the other organizations to make a substantial gift to offset some of the development costs. This will ensure our skin-in-the-game approach. We cannot allow our self-interest to dominate negotiations on this project. We can all work together and build a beautiful park over there that will benefit both the active and the passive interests of our village. We don't need this us against them. We're all the same community. You all have had kids in this town, and we have all, people want to stay in this town. It's not just a young community, but we have to take care of the kids that we have brought up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott.
Hi. Yashane Lee, 235 Emmett Place. I love seeing this thing from Roger here. I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Ridgewood. I'm a board member, and I'm reading this statement. It's on a totally different topic. Our Constitution guarantees us inalienable rights, such as freedom of speech, freedom of religion. These rights cannot be abridged by any political party or administration, but we have no guaranteed right to clean air, clean water, and a healthy environment. We do have the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, et cetera, but these are not constitutionally guaranteed. These laws can be, and frequently are, ignored depending on political expediency by both parties. Dangerous projects that can harm our environment or our health are often permitted. The League of Women Voters of New Jersey has joined with many other states to urge passage of a green amendment to the New Jersey Constitution. This will join with other amendments to guarantee certain rights, in this case the right to clean air, clean water, and a healthy environment. We need this to protect ourselves, our families, and future generations. We are working town by town to ask our town councils to pass resolutions to support placing a green amendment for New Jersey on the ballot at the next election. Both the New Jersey Senate and Assembly have such bills, but they have not yet been posted for a vote. We're simply asking that the residents of New Jersey vote on passage. Until the bill is passed, it cannot be on the ballot. We believe in full transparency, and when towns pass resolutions, the legislators will see this as the will of the people and vote to place it on the ballot as a public question. With more and more towns passing such resolutions, and with over 24 sponsors of the bill, the pressure to put it on the ballot will convince our legislators that this is a matter that should go before the public. Several states, Pennsylvania, Montana, and New York, have already passed the Green Amendment, and 4 states, New Jersey, Hawaii, New Mexico, and Florida, are working to pass this as of today. We must give our residents the constitutionally guaranteed right to live a healthy life. So we urge Ridgewood to join the other towns and pass a resolution to guarantee these rights. Councilmember Perrin can provide a sample resolution. So thank you for that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
William Pillar, 333 Meadowbrook Avenue.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
Bill Pillar, William Pillar.
Thank you, Bill.
I just want to thank the members of the Village Council tonight for the opportunity to speak. I have a unique perspective as an educator and a school administrator for the past 25 years on how this space the Shedler space will benefit so many people on a physical, social, and emotional level. Whether young or old, we can create a space for everyone to be able to congregate, be outside, and be active. Memories can be created for themselves and their families. This is an opportunity we cannot miss. I would like to say that I'm one of the good guys, and I stand with Mr. Mueller. You are one of the good guys, Mr. Mueller. As a volunteer who's traveled to different towns in the area over the past 10 years, this is something Ridgewood desperately needs. When I think of the reasons why I moved to Ridgewood, it is clear. It is a great place to raise a family. As a father of 4, my fondest memories of my family and children in the 15 years of living here are at the various areas in the village when they are at some sort of a town-run program or playing in some sort of a ball game. I've also lived across the street from Maple Avenue Park for the past 12 years, and it is a great space for so many different people to enjoy the weather and have physical activity. The vibe is wonderful there. I've utilized the space for myself or with my children. I can only imagine what we could do with this space for the Shedler property. Ball fields, playgrounds, parks are what a town like Ridgewood should invest in. Think of kids. Think of kids. I want to leave you with this thought. I can imagine many years ago there was a group of people in a room just like this discussing whether or not they should support the construction of the band shell. I suppose some residents were worried about noise, lights, etc. Can you imagine if we didn't have the band shell? Our village would not be what it is today without it. I urge the Village Council to support the Shedler property development. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Lauren Cuneo. I live at 373 Mountain Ave. I stood here last Wednesday evening to express my support for the development of Shedler property into a multi-use sports field. As I mentioned then, I am a Maroon Soccer Club board member and have been for 7 years. I've coached and managed teams for Maroons for several years, and I'm the mother of 3 athletes in town, ages 15, 13, and 10. Last week, I did not get the opportunity to address 2 topics that I know will come up this evening: the size of the field and lighting options. In the plans, there is a small field drawn. According to the plans, the field measures 50 by 75 yards. A large field, soccer field, measures approximately 115 by 75 yards, give or take 5 yards. It's important to note that a small field will not maximize usage across any sports. The proposed field is so small that only soccer games for under 12 years old could be played there. Consider Stevens Field in town. It's a strong example of a multi-sports field. It is a large field that can be used by all soccer teams, young children, teenagers through high school, adults, not to mention baseball, lacrosse, and football. 115 yards by 75 yards is an optimal size to maximize usage for all teams in town. In addition to the size of the field, please consider permanent lights. Maroon Soccer Club currently uses 17 portable light towers that we move around town to different grass fields during the fall and spring. I'm sure you've seen them at Citizens, Glen, or Vets Field. They require heavy maintenance and take up a great deal of space on the field. Each light tower is powered by a gas generator, which is expensive to fill and not environmentally friendly. The sound of the generator is loud, prohibiting kids from hearing their coaches and bothering those close to the field. The light each portable tower throws out onto the field is dim, and therefore league games cannot be played using these portable light towers. The village has to move and fuel these towers, and it is extremely challenging to store 17 large, bulky light towers. The lights erected at Maple Field are a great precedence for the Shedler property. They are bright, environmentally friendly, quiet, and easy to operate. Please consider both the size of the field and permanent lights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Before we go further, I just want to say that because we have people in the queue for our remote access, we can only take up to 10 people tonight in the initial part of our meeting. We can take other people later. So the 10th person is the gentleman against the window. So that's, I just wanted to let you know. And by doing this, just so you know, we'll take another 7 people from the queue, which takes us far beyond our regular 40 minutes. Continue.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Leo Ruan. I live at 705 Kingsbridge Lane. I'm a local resident beside the Shedler property. And I ask, is today Groundhog Day? Because every day I wake up, I look, I see no activity down on the field. I see no park. We've been waiting for years and years and years for this to happen. And also back in 2014, I attended many, many, many long and late night meetings, and the local community came together and has agreed upon a plan with everybody, which we thought we were in spring, summer, we would have our park. Now it looks like the council is starting to change these plans. So, previously we fought very hard, and we can fight. We will fight again to have the plan that we asked for. Years ago, how do we eventually get the plan that we asked for? There were council elections, and the Friends of Shedler elected the 3 council members that would agree with our plans. So as a block, as a community, we can do the same thing again. But really what we're really looking for here is a park that we can go up to and do it now. Otherwise, we're looking at, 3-4 years again of delay. A large soccer pitch, fine. Let's debate it, but let's finish the plan that's there now. And if people want a larger pitch, that can be looked at again. But right now, I would very much like to see, and the community would like to see, something usable for us and our families. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Hi, good evening. Jennifer Devlin Burke, 400 Lincoln Avenue. I want to thank the nice gentleman for allowing me to take his turn. I really appreciate it. And to me, that speaks of civility, and I think our community is in great need of more of that, so thank you. Anyway, I am a mother, as I said last week, of 3 teenagers, all athletes, and I just want to clarify that I have no personal agenda for having this field built to its largest capacity. I'm actually just thinking about other children and future generations of children in this town and what would serve the most people, the greatest good for the most people in this town. And it makes really very little sense, in my estimation, to go ahead and start building a small-sided field, turf field, hopefully, because if you even think about the number of over 12 children in this town is significant. There's at least 1,800 high school students at Ridgewood High School. That field would not be usable. And given that I spoke last week about the constant shifting of fields with all of the closings with flooding over the last 5 years that my children have to go through, it really would not make the impact, the significant impact that I think we need to do now. And hopefully that won't take that much to make that change so that we can do this. So then again, I urge a full regulation-sized turf field. It would be a huge missed opportunity if not. And just briefly, I'll be mindful about my time. I did spend a little time this week trying to understand the history because it is somewhat convoluted for those of us who don't attend council meetings, and I apologize for that. Now that I have teenagers and who I have to stay home with at night, I will be more involved. But I would ask that you perhaps give us, the rest of the residents, a bit of an understanding of how this property was deemed.
Jennifer, could you just speak into the microphone a little bit?
My apologies.
Thank you so much.
I wish I was taller. But how this property came to be deemed on the Historical Preservation Trust, because I believe doing so has really hamstrung proper development, possibly. of both the field space, the 7 acres. I would ask that you explain, I would look back in the minutes from 2017. I know there was a notice for a public hearing, and it said regarding the Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund Historic Preservation application with the desire to obtain funds in order to restore the home. It only mentioned restoration of the home. It never mentioned deeming the 7 acres as historically as an historical preservation. So I wonder, did I miss something? Was there another public notice provided for that conversation? Because when I further read the village councilor's manager's notation later in the meeting, it says that the Bergen County Historic Trust Fund requires public hearings to be held. So to me, I want to know if notice was properly given.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And now we're going to go to those people who are calling in, and I believe the first person in our queue is Ellie Gruber. Are you there, Ellie?
Sorry, yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening, Ellie. If you would state
Yeah,
your
thank
name
you so
and
much.
address.
Ellie Gruber, 229 South Irving Street.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was very disturbed by the discussion last week regarding your request for change of plans from the settled Shedler Field plan. The east side of Ridgewood is treated like an unwanted child. First, the Board of Ed, in a poor decision, shut down the Glen School. There is no community field for recreation, so that every time residents have to play a sport, they drive across 17 or through Hohokus. The children have no way to walk to school. They have to take a bus. After many years and many missteps and delays on the part of both the engineering department and many other obstructions, a final plan was presented. But as we know, the real goal of this new council is to disrupt any plans for replacing as many trees as possible, to change an agreed upon size field, and now to start over and let the sports groups determine the fate of the residents across 17. It is adding insult to injury to even try to remove an historic designation. Now the four of you are again ignoring the east side with a plan for an expanded field which nobody, neither the residents or the ad hoc committee, agreed to. You have listened to the constant complaining by certain residents instead of the people who really are affected by the prospect of removing designation, ripping up more trees, talking about a football field, a large soccer field, and who knows what else. I hope you'll realize that ignoring the residents on the east side of town, you are tearing the town apart. I urge you to continue with the agreed upon plan for Shedler Park, and I thank you for my time.
Thank you so much, Ellie. The next person in the queue is Susan. Welcome, Susan.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. If you would state your name and address, please.
Okay. My name is Susan Ruan. I live at 705 Kingsbridge Lane. Thank you for hearing our concerns. At last week's meeting, it was very discouraging. The new proposal for Schindler's property that would add a lot more bureaucracy and delays in finishing the development of the land. The removal of the historical designation on the field to incorporate a full-size turf pitch would undo all the work that residents made on the Schindler property to keep the aesthetics of the neighborhood. I also have huge concerns about the design of the 18 parallel parking cars down West Saddle River Road. That's alongside the property. Currently, the West Saddle River Road is very hazardous since it is a narrow roadway. If a car is parked on the road, drivers need to take turns in order to pass the road and continue driving. The 18 parallel parked cars along the Schindler property will create a cattle chute-like effect on the roadway that is literally off a very busy highway. Only one car at a time can drive through that long cattle chute, which is approximately over 1/10 of a mile. Realistically, other cars will be parked on the road if there's a game, thus extending the cattle chute to well over 1/4 of a mile. To make matters worse, at the last meeting, the village engineer stated that in order to accommodate a full-size pitch, parking spaces in the current design would have to, and the current parking lot design would have to be eliminated. Thus, those eliminated parking spots will force more cars down West Saddle River Road, making the road much more dangerous. Almost without mention, if a car is parked on the opposite side of Saddle River Road during these activities, the road is completely unusable. And unlike Habernickel Field, where residents can avoid Hillcrest Road during events, all roads besides Schindler property are either cul-de-sacs or dead ends. Thus, residents need to access West Saddle River Road to make any travels. And finally, I would love to advocate for the finishing of the footbridge on West Kingsbridge Lane and East Saddle River Road. People are still using Route 17 to access the park and ride, and that is just an accident for someone waiting to get killed. And that is, so I was hoping that, the village would also take that into priority as well. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Susan. And next up is Catherine Schmidt. Welcome, Catherine.
Hello. I thought I was not going to be up.
But you are.
Catherine Schmidt, 123 South Irving Street. I don't live in the area of the Shedler property, but I have to tell you that having heard the years of discussion about this and then last week's discussion, I have to stand with my neighbors there. I just ask everybody to think about, if you live near Hawes, if you live near Habernickel, and somebody was coming in and saying, this is what we're going to do, how would you feel about that? So bait and switch is a difficult term, but I can understand the feeling of, hey, I thought we knew what was going on, and now it's going to be something so different. I also recognize that that part of our community is a bit different from many other areas in that there is no other buffer to Route 17, and so I think the more we can do to create a buffer there for that neighborhood, the better. I'm also struck by the fact that I haven't heard, and I assume there are athletes and families of athletes who live near the Shedler property, and yet I haven't heard many of those residents coming forward supporting the larger field. So I'm just throwing my vote to say, or my sentiment to say, I think they have a point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. And next one is with the phone number ending 6676.
Hi, this is Zach Pace, 246 South Irving. Can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry, your first name again?
Yep, it's Zach Pace, 246 South Irving.
Thank you, Zach.
I'd just like to say that as a resident of Ridgewood, a member of 2 youth sports organization boards, and a coach for many different youth sports teams, the need for fields is very important. I'm also an active member of the Fields Committee, and I can tell you that they do a lot of work to try to make the field distribution as equitable as possible, but there's just not a ton of space for everyone to accomplish everything they need, especially with the flooding and especially with the limited turf field. So I'm definitely behind more field space for youth. youth organizations, high school organizations, but I also feel like if you're going to go down this road with the project, there's a couple key things to keep in mind. I caution everybody against being sort of penny wise and pound foolish. When it comes to the field, I would say it has to be turf, given the high volume, the number of kids and players that use the fields, particularly in inclement weather. You get one rainstorm and kids are on the field and it turns to mud. You also have to manage a grass field with broadleaf, weeding, insecticide, seeding annually. That's a difficult task, and weather always plays a part, so I think turf is a requirement. I'd also say that lighting is a huge factor. The high school sports organizations get priority to all the fields, as they should, right after school till about 6 o'clock. Most of the youth sports organizations are coached by volunteer parents. Most of those parents work, and the majority of those, or a good number of those, I should say, work in the city. So getting to Ridgewood prior to 6 o'clock is extremely difficult. Most of the seasons in the fall and the spring, it's dark by that time, so lights are a requirement in order to maximize that usage. And the final thing I would say is, if you're going to get any field in there, you might as well go for the largest field you can possibly fit. The reason for that is if you can put a football field on there, you can put a soccer pitch, you can put a full boys and girls lacrosse field on there. You can break it down into smaller fields. If you take a look at the stadium field, that's a perfect example. You can play all of the large regulation-sized games. You can also break it down into halves, into thirds, into quarters. You can maximize different practice times. When we run our RJFA practices at stadium, we're able to get almost 150 kids on the field at the same time, maximizing our usage and making that space available to other people when we're not using it. So I would say that if everyone is willing to go forward and maximize this plan, turf field, lights, and maximize the size, the RJFA would certainly be willing to help contribute financially to make that a possibility. But I would argue don't try to take shortcuts or compromise on that, because I think everyone's going to end up losing in the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zach. And our next caller is Denise Lima.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Denise.
Denise Lima, 319 East Glen Ave. I have to comment on Shedler, a few areas. If anybody wants to know anything about the historical nature of the property or the house, I'd be happy to walk them through what's been happening in that area since the 1700s, way before the Shedler house. The entire area around Pramis Church is certainly historic in nature, and what deems something historic is when there's somebody significant involved or in a significant event. We have 6 to 7 letters at the Pramis Church and at the Schoolhouse Museum that shows from George Washington that he was in this area with his 400 and 500 troops, and clearly, highly likely, as what Shippo said, the property is historic because all those troops were there as he was fighting battles. That's number one. Number two, if anybody knows my own situation, we had an area here that was subdeveloped, split into 3. We have 3 new houses that are now literally on top of us. And their front porch lights are annoying because they're in my face. I can't even imagine what the neighbors would feel like if they had stadium-sized lights like ESPN or like the Cincinnati Bengals shining on their property until 10 o'clock at night with 150 kids. I mean, it's just every athlete, parent that came up today, anybody from the sports, not one of you mentioned about the neighbors. Now, I love sports. Kids out in the fresh air, no doubt. But what is the root cause of why we have so many fields that we need? Are we over scheduling? Do we have too many floods? This Shedler property in and of itself is not going to solve the woes of the community with fields. There's still a bigger and better issue. And then last, I would just say that most of the council said we're already spending too much money, $7 million. There's people on the council that have written 15 times, 20 times leading up to the elections that said, we need to finish this plan. We can't spend more than $7 million. And here we are, like just totally turning around. And I just don't understand it. And so I support the neighbors. I love kids. I think we need fields, but there's got to be a happy medium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Denise. And I think that's all we have. First, I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone for coming out tonight. Those who live in the neighborhood, those who support sports, everyone. Participant government is what it's all about, and we are grateful to have you all here. Let me take a moment to just summarize where we are. I see 4 major points: time, trees, flooding, and the neighborhood. Time. This field, this property was purchased 14 years ago. It has taken a long time to get to this point. This council has been seated for 4 weeks. I promise you that our goal, everyone's goal, unanimously, is to move this forward as expeditiously as possible. I can't comment on what happened, but we are all responsible for what happens from this point forward. Next, trees. Trees are a critical part of our infrastructure in our village. It's one of the things that makes it so beautiful. Our goal, regardless of what happens, is to preserve as many trees as is possible, because otherwise it ceases to become a park and it becomes a sports complex, if that's the way this went. Flooding. Flooding is one of the major reasons for this discussion. Every one of our full-size fields in town has flooded 5 times in the last 2 years. 10 years ago, as we all know, that was not the case. 5 years ago, that was not the case. Today, we do not have a field that is not in a flood zone. So whenever these fields flood, everything stops, which is probably the driving force as to why this council is shining a light on what's going on here. We are asking questions of our professionals, and we are asking questions of our neighbors. And we need everyone's input to come to a good resolution, because we can't ignore the people who live in the neighborhood, and we can't ignore the thousands of families whose children participate in sports. Finally, the neighborhood. The neighborhood, these people, you people live there. And I want to be abundantly clear, for those who believe that the east side of town has been abandoned and is the poor stepchild of the rest of this town, I live on the east side of town. I am with you. So always understand that I look at this personally, very personally. And so we are going to look at this, and we're going to ask questions, and we have been looking at this for all of one evening so far. We will probably spend a couple more looking at it. We ask your patience, your participation, your input every time we do. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to close public comment. Manager's report. Oh, you have to go over there to do the manager's report.
He has to be the manager.
Sure.
Council chat will start this Saturday, February 4th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. here in the Village Hall courtroom. Please call for a reservation, 201-670-5500, extension 2207. Walk-ins are certainly welcome. However, reservations will have priority. Ridgewood High School parents are working on their annual musical fundraiser jamboree, February 9th, 10th, and 11th. They have invited senior citizens to attend the final dress rehearsal free of charge on February 8th. In addition, the senior bus will be providing free transportation that evening. To reserve a seat on the bus, please call 201-670-5500, extension 2203. The Philadelphia Flower Show is, there's a bus trip there on Tuesday, March 7th. It's called the Garden Electric, and it was chosen as a theme to highlight the spark of joy and excitement that comes with giving and receiving flowers. Bus transportation is from Graden Pool parking lot, and the bus fee and admission fee is $80 per person. You can register online through Community Pass or in person at the stable. Make checks out to Ridgewood Parks and Recreation. Any questions, please dial 201-670-5560. A summer job fair will be held on Wednesday, March 8th from 6 to 8 p.m. here in the Community Center on the ground floor of Village Hall. It will be focused on young adults 16 and older for summer employment. There will be a wide variety of employment opportunities presented. You will be able to speak with supervisors who can answer your questions. You will also be able to learn requirements for each position. Help will be available to review your resume and learn how to interview properly. All village offices and departments will be closed on February 13th and February 20th in observance of Lincoln's birthday and President's Day. There will be no garbage or recycling pickup, and the recycling center will also be closed on these days. Please check your village calendar for garbage and recycling pickups these 2 weekends, as they will change due to the holidays. I also encourage you to get the Recycle Coach app, because that will remind you about these changes in garbage and recycling pickup schedules. As well, it will remind you about, just weekly what you're putting out. Village Council upcoming meetings are broadcast live from the Village Hall courtroom, which is where we are, on the Village website and Channel 34 on FiOS. They are also available on Zoom or by phone, now that we have a hybrid access. The upcoming meetings are February 8th and March 8th are both public meetings beginning at 8 p.m. February 22nd and March 1st are work sessions beginning at 7:30 p.m. Budget meetings will be held on February 23rd, 24th, and March 6th at 5 p.m. They'll be held here in the courtroom. It'll also be on Zoom and by phone. I've had a discussion with the mayor and deputy mayor who told me that the village council does not want to have a village manager who holds a dual role as a department director or another management role within the village. They wish to have a village manager who is solely focused on that position. Given the choice, I have chosen to go back to the title of village clerk. I will continue in the title of village manager until a new village manager is hired, at which time I will resign as village manager. For those of you who know me, you know that Ridgewood is my town. I am blessed with talented professional directors, supervisors, and staff members throughout the village, and I am proud of the many accomplishments within the village during my 6.5 years as village manager. I thank the prior and current village council members for their support given to me as village manager and for the opportunity to serve the village in this role during this time. I will continue working with council members, village residents, and my staff to ensure that Ridgewood remains the special place that it is today. That's all I have.
I want to take a moment on behalf of the council to thank you, Heather, for your 3 decades or so thus far of tireless work. For those of you who don't know, Heather works 7 days a week. She starts very early in the day. She works till very late at night. And she has a lot on her plate. And we would not be where we are without her assistance, without her help. I will tell you personally, again, when I sat down with her, when I became mayor, I said, you're going to have to give me a tutorial on how to do this because I'm really not sure. And she has been holding my hand since I started this. And I am and will be forever grateful to her. And I am incredibly grateful, and I know we all are, that she will be staying on in her capacity as village clerk. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, is this your 3rd time as village manager?
Yes, I've been acting manager 2 other times, and then this is the 3rd.
She is always there when we need her for anything and everything. And This grateful village should give her a round of applause right now. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. And now we'll get the pictures first. Go ahead. Thank you. And now we will move on to council reports. Let's begin with Evan.
Well, it's going to be hard to upstage that. I want to echo Paul's comments. Being someone new to the council, Heather has been an absolute just godsend, extremely welcoming, knowledgeable in every facet. I am beyond thrilled that she will stay with us as clerk. I think it is the best interest of the village, the fact that she'll stay on for transition. Heather, you have my personal thanks. You have the thanks of this council. You have the thanks of the entire village. Even before I knew about tonight's announcement, I was also going to thank you for a wonderful budget session. I would encourage all of you to pay attention to what we're doing right now in the budget. We got to spend 5 hours yesterday talking through the budget, several presentations, really well-done presentations by department heads. Really want to publicly thank you, Heather, as well as Bob, for just, we had binders in advance. Everything was set up extremely well. Municipal budgets are not simple things. And the transparency that the process that you've built for us has been really, really wonderful. I wish the decisions around budget were easier, but certainly the information you provided to us are going to allow us to make some of those hard choices, I think, to do the best for the village that we all serve. Also want to thank the department heads that we've heard from already. Was very pleased with the candor. Maybe because of my background in corporate America, I sort of expected people to come in asking for the moon, knowing that we were going to cut them down, and they wound up somewhere in the middle, which was more than what they had asked for last year. It was not the case. It was folks coming in, being very real, being very candid about what they needed, being very real and candid about what they would like. And I thought it was a really wonderful budget process. My only regret is I wish more folks were showing up and seeing kind of the inner workings of government. Having my first time through the budget sessions, my faith in the folks that work here was only reaffirmed, and really just had a fairly wonderful experience. And I'm actually looking forward to coming back and doing this several more times as we craft the budget going forward. But with that, again, thank you, Heather, and I yield, I guess, time over to the next person.
Sure. Lorraine?
Thank you, Paul. First, I wanted to read a statement from a resident that could not be here. She's actually out of the country, and she asked me if I would read a statement, and I said I would. So it's from Patty Infantino, and she lives at 6 Betty Court. As a citizen of the northeast corridor of Ridgewood, I am concerned about the essential role the development of the Shedler property has in the community. The old growth trees are irreplaceable. They are an environmental and health protection for us. It would take 30 years to replace them. As the last open space in Ridgewood, the council has a responsibility to preserve them. We cannot ask Brazil to save the Amazon when we would cut down our last few remaining trees. The busy Route 17 poses a specific danger with its particulate pollution that the trees shield us from. The danger is even greater for exercising children. The evidence of many diseases in people exposed to this type of pollution is well documented. The original plan for this property, worked out through many meetings with the community, was for a small multi-purpose field, 50 by 75, I believe she means yards. No lights, consideration for keeping the field closed at night to prevent undesirables from using the parking lot for drug or other criminal use. There was a balanced area for passive recreation and a children's playground. There was recognition that the field was originally a Revolutionary War site, and the house is historic, having been built without nails. Artifacts found at Shedler can be viewed at the Schoolhouse Museum. I thank you in advance, Lorraine, for reading this tonight for me. Again, many thanks, Patty Infantino. Okay, council reports. So on Monday, I met with Siobhan, Heather, and Rich Charlton from the Signal Department, as well as several members from the community. We were there to look at the condition of the kissing balls that used to be hung from the PSC&G poles years ago. There is a current mission to bring them back to life and be hung for the 2023 holiday season. They were not in bad shape. We were very pleasantly surprised to see them after, I think, almost 10 years being in storage. And hopefully with a little TLC, they will be better than ever. I have a statement regarding Heather. I find it interesting, Heather, that you did say the council has decided, because I was not involved in this process whatsoever. And I really would like to know how it was decided, because I didn't know a thing. And I really have serious questions about the process and how the decision was made and delivered. I was shocked when Heather told me this week that Paul and Pam had asked her to resign as village manager. And they asked her on January 24th. That was last Tuesday. Heather told me on Monday, 6 days later. I hadn't a clue whatsoever. So how and who made this decision? It certainly was not a council decision. Shortly after I found out, Siobhan did call me for a different matter, and at the end of the conversation, I did ask her, how did this happen? She told me that she recuses herself on all things involving Heather, so she really didn't know. She sort of knew something was going on, but she said she was not in any discussion because she recuses herself. That leaves 3 council members, Evan, Paul, Pam. So we know that Paul and Pam were involved, since they are the ones that told Heather. I have no idea if Evan was involved, but I do want to know the answer to that. So one of 2 things happened. Either 2 council members unilaterally took an action outside of the governing body as a whole, or there was a meeting in violation of the Open Public Meetings Act with the other 3. Paul reportedly told Heather that he attempted to call me, and I didn't respond. I checked my phone. There was no missed voice, no missed call, no voice message. But even if he did call, I don't think village business is allowed to be conducted in this manner. A meeting occurs even if, through a series of individual phone calls, revolving door communications, or individual text messages amongst officials about official business. I also believe a rice notice was required in order to discuss an employee. There was never a closed session discussion regarding Heather, and there was never a rice notice given regarding this matter. A rice notice and a properly noticed closed session agenda item, as required, would have given the public an idea about the nature of the agenda item. Some members of the public may have chosen to speak during public comment. A rice notice would also have afforded Heather the choice to have this discussion in closed session or publicly at an open meeting. Not only was Heather denied due process, I was denied my right to take part in discussions in a proper meeting. Heather's rights were violated, my rights were violated, and the public trust was also violated. We are talking about a person who just over a month ago was praised for doing an excellent job as village manager and was unanimously given a raise. 3 of those voting members are on the dais tonight. So what happened? Let's go back to the night of November 8th, 2022. Paul was famously videotaped in his exuberance of the council election results. He shouted to the crowd that there would finally be 4 normal council members come January. I was extremely taken aback by his statement. It took several weeks, but eventually he did apologize to me, and I accepted his apology. On the day Paul was sworn in as mayor, he whispered to me that this was a new day and a fresh start for us. I agreed, and I believed him. Well, if this is the fresh start, I don't want to have any part in the way business is being conducted with this council. It is becoming apparent that some of my council colleagues are engaging in backroom deals and illegal or improper meetings or actions. I'm extremely proud to say tonight that I am not part of the normal members of the Village Council. Sadly, things like this have happened before with previous mayors. That mayor was also named Paul. I want to know what occurred and who was involved in the decision that led up to Paul and Pam telling Heather to resign. This should be made public. I don't want any secrets. I want transparency, and I want participation, and I was denied my right to participate. So what happened?
Thank you, Lorraine. As this is a personnel matter, we're not going to discuss it in public. I will say that everything was done legally. The town council was completely aware of everything, and so we will move on.
I was not aware of anything.
I understand. Siobhan?
Sure. So I had no official meetings, but as Lorraine said, we had a lovely meeting at Signal. And the reason why I wanted to address the kissing balls is that there's been the sentiment from the Central Business District that Ridgewood could sparkle and shine more during the winter. And there's some steps that many people, the Guild, the Chamber, we as the council went, and we were delighted with the condition of these kissing balls. We're also looking for additional, so Lorraine has a committee called Project Pride, and we were trying to amplify the effort to get people involved in making Ridgewood beautiful. So if you are a florist, if you're good on a ladder, not a really high one, and you want to do any type of beautification in Ridgewood or general cleaning, we are looking and seeking volunteers for Project Pride. I know that the Guild is also looking to raise awareness and add simple things. There was a general discussion, and I know it's January, but we're trying to be prepared for both the summer, the pedestrian plaza, and the season of decorating the clock. So Lorraine is the official contact. I thought it was a very positive meeting, and I just want to say thank you to everybody who worked on that. That's it.
Thank you, Siobhan. Pam?
Yes. The Central Business District Advisory Committee, the subcommittee regarding the pedestrian tunnel underneath the train tracks, has met with various artists around town, and we are working towards a design for painting the pedestrian tunnel, and are looking to engage a muralist so that there will be something very attractive whenever you walk through there. And we hope to come up with a design in the next few months, and I'll keep you posted on next steps. We're also working at CBDAC on prioritizing the downtown economic development action items in the master plan, and that committee will report to the council and the planning board when they've pulled that together. There's already a draft. Green Ridgewood, the environmental committee in town, is planning No Mow May, so that for the month of May, anybody who wants to can let their grass grow and let the clover flower and the pollinators get their nectar and have habitat for insects and support bird life. And this is an initiative nationally by Bee City USA. Ridgewood is designated as a bee city, and so you'll be seeing signs up about that soon. We will ask that residents who want to participate sign up, and that way we can let you know where you can pick up a sign so that your neighbors will see that you're not just neglecting your lawn, you're doing something for the environment. So that's called No Mow May. I also did want to say that February 20th is President's Day. It's a federal holiday, and therefore our ordinance on the commercial use of power tools and loud hand tools like construction equipment or landscaping equipment is prohibited on President's Day because it's a federal holiday. That doesn't apply to machinery for ice or snow removal in case it snows. I also want to express my thanks to Heather. You have reminded us so many times of the things we've forgotten and kept us on the straight and narrow. Your advice has been so helpful on procedure and so many things. Your historical knowledge is just amazing, and I really appreciate your graciousness in all that you've done. And I think the town is best served by having both a manager and a clerk, and you've done a great job at both. And I think this is the best way forward. We did have discussions, and I would vouch for saying that the Open Public Meetings Act was not violated at all. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Pam. Let's move on. Heather?
Okay. Our first discussion item is, these are items that are going to be considered on the special public meeting. It's a correction to a resolution for distribution water main rehabilitation and replacement. This company that we awarded the contract to actually has several divisions, and inadvertently the wrong address was used for the vendor that we are using for this project. So this will just be to change the address on the, it's still the same company, but it's a different division at a different location. And this is so that the vendor can be paid, which is important. The next one is endorsing a community development block grant. It's called Reintegration into the Community Program, and it's from Share Inc. Basically, due to COVID, the residents at Share houses were not able to interact with people. They're now trying to get them reintegrated into the community through chair exercises, support group sessions, instituting additional programs for their residents, such as senior sneakers exercise, meditating bingo, card games, also participating in a variety of educational programs to teach them about good hygiene, good health, and what to do if they are not feeling well. And also, they feel that residents at Share can benefit from having counseling sessions regarding their mental health. So again, the community development block grants are not do not obligate the village's funds, and it's just basically an endorsement which is required by the municipality. So in addition, we have several appointments to boards and committees, which the council has interviewed these applicants and is now ready to appoint them. So at that point, that's all I have to say.
I'd just like to take a moment for those of you who are unaware of what Share House is. There are 2 homes in Ridgewood that are community group homes for seniors. And they are wonderful places. They are something that our community does and supports in a big way. You've driven by these homes many times and never known it. And they are great places where senior members of our community have been able to move who cannot otherwise afford to stay in Ridgewood. And they now can. And they live with many others so that they are not alone. And at the end of the day, that's what we all want, is as we grow older, not to be alone. So we're very happy to all be supporting this. And now, if I could get a motion to suspend the work session and convene a special public meeting.
You have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I'm sorry, it was Councilmember Winograd?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then second was?
Perrin.
Thank you. Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
And Winograd?
Yes.
Call the meeting to order, Mayor, for the special public meeting.
This is the Village Council special public meeting. The date is February 1st, 2023. The time is 7:30. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Perrin. Here. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here. I just want to say it's 8:49, not 7:30.
Oh, thank you very much.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd.
Here.
And Mayor Vagianos.
Here.
The following resolutions, number 23-57 through 23-61, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Correction to resolution number 23-18, award contract, distribution water main rehabilitation and replacement at utility right-of-way, Nauset Lane, Ridgewood and Lakeview Transfer Station, Wyckoff. Endorse Community Development Block Grant Share, Inc., reintegration into the community program. Appoint members to Historic Preservation Commission. Appoint members to Parks, Recreation, and Conservation Board. And appoint member to Project Pride. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. No, sorry.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. And now, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn the special public meeting and reconvene the work session.
So moved. Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Our first item is a presentation of continuation of the Shedler property update. Christopher Rudesauser, our village engineer, is here. We have additional drawings which he was requested to produce with various options, and I believe they're also going to be on the screen, which they are.
Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council.
I'd like to start by saying thank you so much because in the past 10 days you have moved so quickly in order to give us a view of some of the things that our residents have asked for so that we can evaluate them as quickly as possible and move forward. So on behalf of the entire village, I want to thank you.
Credit is not all mine. It certainly belongs to Jovan Mahenzik, our assistant engineer. The work you're seeing is his excellent CAD skills. The compliments really are well deserved by him.
Please pass it along to Jovan.
Okay. All right, what we have up on the board and was presented to you folks in the council was the outcome of our last meeting, where the question was how or could we fit a full-size soccer field and lacrosse field overlaid on one another with a 90-foot baseball diamond. We took a look at that, and we came up with 3 orientations of the baseball field. This one is option 1. The next one, if you move over, has the field, the baseball diamond oriented in a different direction. It puts the home plate in the property's northeast corner. As you can see, the outer limit line of the field starts to impinge a little bit into the berm. And then the final one, we move the home plate to the southwest corner. And again, there you can see how it kind of fits, but not quite. The brown area is what we had shown in the previous presentation as a tree area that was to remain a tree area. This option, option 3, shows there is a significant impact by orienting the lacrosse soccer fields and baseball fields in this manner because the fields overlay that tree area pretty much in its entirety. If you go back to option number 1, we in engineering feel that it's probably one of the better options. It has the least impact into the tree preservation area. Again, the tree preservation area is the dark brown area up on the right-hand side of the drawing. We can offset the loss of that treat area there by creating a larger one at the very top of the drawing, which would be the western portion, again, adjacent to the berm. Right now that there's not much of anything proposed there or shown there. One thing that may be confusing, this shows the layer with the playground. Obviously, we're not going to have a playground in the middle of the infield. That playground would have to be relocated to another location. Another thing with all three larger field layouts, the parking lot up against the berm would probably have to be eliminated, and we'd have to create additional parking either along the street, or we have to see if we want to use the little triangle piece at the very southern tip of the property. Although that piece was requested to be considered for a potential community garden. Okay. If there's any questions I could answer, I'd give it a best chance.
I think there are going to be a lot of questions, Chris.
Okay.
Let's start with Evan. What do you think?
So I'm still digesting. I'm happy to defer over to others. I'm still looking at I'm trying to figure out what I like, what I don't like. But actually, now I think about it, talk to me a little bit about the tree coverage, that northwest corner. I know right now there's nothing there. What is currently there? What can we do in terms of preserving what is there? Can you give us an idea of what we could do maybe with that corner up the top?
We have a little bit of an access path that we created for the construction of the berm. That would be pretty much maybe about 10, 15 feet from where you could see the 8-foot wide sidewalk. After that, it's just trees.
Okay. So we could extend the sort of brown portion up into the northwest corner as well, right?
That would be the intention, yes.
Okay.
To make up for any loss in that lower left-hand portion of the tree area or the field's northwest corner.
And if there was no baseball diamond here, could you preserve the parking lot?
Excuse me?
The baseball diamond overlay was not there. Could you preserve the parking lot as well as the playground?
Yes, because the lacrosse soccer field just fits in as shown on the drawing. The baseball field does require a little bit more room, and that's why it is overlaid over our parking lot, bathroom, playground area.
And I mean, I'm looking here. There's like the corner that's cut into the road a bit. Is there a way to work around that to keep the parking lot?
Yeah, with the soccer field?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The soccer lacrosse field, the run-out area is right at the very edge of the roadway. We can push that back a little bit towards the berm because we already had kicked it off the berm. We'll just push it back to the berm, and we believe it can fit.
Do you, Chris, have any opinions, suggestions about what would be aesthetically the most pleasing if we did want to keep a field?
Of the three drawings,
Yep.
I like the one you're looking at, number one. I feel if we go for all three options, the 90-foot baseball field, the lacrosse and soccer field, it all fits the best on the property. The detriments are the playground has to find a new location. That parking lot up against the berm, there's a conflict with that. That'll have to be removed. And the restroom would have to be located somewhere else on the property. It's in the way right now.
Okay. And did you give any consideration to a smaller baseball diamond somehow, if we didn't do a full-size baseball diamond?
That's a wonderful lead-in line. Here we go.
Oh. Thanks. Were we able to put this one up for everyone to see?
I don't know if we can. This is not quite
Thanks,
fresh off
Chris.
the press, but pretty close.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So apologies to the folks in the audience, but so what size baseball diamond am I looking at here?
I think this is a,
Thanks, Chris.
what they call 57 neighborhood. 57. It's like a mid-size
and then this would allow us to essentially keep, looks like we would relocate it a little bit, the bulk of the trees, we would lose the parking lot, but otherwise everything fits.
Playground.
Oh, I'm sorry, and the playground goes away too.
I apologize, we just finished this drawing late this afternoon, so we didn't have a chance yet really to make a PDF of it to send to you folks. But this drawing shows a smaller baseball diamond. We took off the playground. We show that the diamond still interferes considerably with the parking lot area. If we do want parking up in this area, we're going to have to look very carefully to see how we would shoehorn it in. We did put a additionally colored area of about 8,300 square feet to offset the 6,600 square feet, the intrusion into the tree area that is shown like on that drawing.
So this version actually has more tree space than we have currently in the current plan, right?
It does show additional tree space, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just sorry. So you say we lose 66, and again, I apologize to the folks in the audience, but the plan I'm looking at says we lose 6,600 square feet, but we gain 8,300 square feet by developing the northwest corner, right?
Well, yeah, by preserving the northwest corner,
Right.
or if you do want to use the word development, it's more geared towards trees.
Gotcha. And just to be clear, I'm actually asking questions I don't know the answer to. This is a learning experience, I think, for all of us, and to echo Paul's comments, we're here to learn. But again, also, Chris, really appreciate you putting this together so quickly so we have some options and some talking points to really figure out what's best here.
Good. Siobhan?
Yeah, I have several things I want to say. So first of all, I want to say thank you, Chris. This was an excellent turnaround, and I very much appreciate all the versions. I also want to just take a minute and say thank you to the neighbors, the sports groups, all the people. There are no good or bad here. And I want to clarify a couple things about where we are with this. One, I really appreciate everybody who called me and asked me for clarification. This is an actual work session, which means this is a conversation where we discuss ideas. We have no access to the business professionals during the week. So a lot of what happens here is a good thing because it's a discussion. So being on the council for 4 weeks, this was a campaign issue. I very much wanted to push this plan forward for a couple of reasons, and I want to go over some dates. In 2017, the council publicly approved a plan in conjunction with neighbors and the community, and it was a good plan. It had the small-sided field. At that point in time, that was the last time the plan was discussed with the neighbors or the community. Not in a terrible way, but in a factual way. Since that time, 2 plans were submitted in complete darkness. Neighbors, community, myself, nobody knew about them. And they were subsequently rejected by SHPO, who now has oversight. So there is no plan in place for Ridgewood that is approved by the state. I want to make sure. The plan in 2017 never made it to approval with the state. So that's like an absolute fact. If you look at the village website, since being elected, I've asked for all the plans to be identified and listed for the 2 that were submitted. There was a pergola plan and an overdevelopment plan that included pickleball. Those are all facts just to draw upon. In 2019, the property was drawn into an historical designation. No one is discussing the house. The house is a separate issue. It's moving forward. It's been declared historic. The reason why that needs to be looked into is that all of the committees, including the committee that put together the concept, was unaware, because the status was not legally granted until 2019, that all 7 acres were historic. So the house is the house, and that's always been the way. The field and the park are 2 separate things. So the plan that was put forth last week was the plan in a technical drawing rather than a conceptual way of where we were with 2017. And the change request that I made was to expand the field given the persistent flooding. At the same point, what came to light during the discussion was baseball still had a need. So Ridgewood, I'm learning pretty quickly, is a hard place to have a conversation, because when you start participating, people start assigning. I just want to make sure everyone understands that no one's questioning the house and the historical status, but the plan that was submitted in 2017 was not submitted to the state. 2 other plans were submitted and rejected. I also want to let people know that with respect to the money, we did have a budget meeting, and there have already been 9 bond ordinances for this property in 3 separate buckets. So a bond is specific in purpose, so you have to, like, I can't bond to build this building and then go build a tennis club. The bond applied to the house, to the field, and the park. And those bonds have been issued. A bulk of the project has already been paid for and bonded. And last night at the budget hearing, our engineering department felt that within the plan, it's roughly, and it's a budget, there's about a need for $500,000 more. So the community has been paying. We pay for bonds, right? We pay to actually bond it, and then we pay just the interest on the bond. So bulk of the financials have already been dealt with across 9 separate ordinances. And we're working together to release that information in a very real way. So I just want to make, because people said things, those are just some facts to add to this discussion. Again, and thank you. I really do want to say, when people have questions, please reach out to me. I got several alarming emails of attributions of things that I said, and I welcome the chance to connect with the community. It's always fun to meet new people. And for me personally, what I wanted to look at was the multi-purpose field. And, you know, I did have a conversation with baseball on Saturday. I was unaware that their need was so present, and, you know, that's just my fault. But that being said, lacrosse, soccer, and football could utilize the field in terms of multi-purposing. So it could be used for all 3 of those sports. When I looked at this plan when it first came, and, you know, sometimes I try to find a delicate way to say it, this was overwhelming to me, right? This to me personally is a very overwhelming plan. And I get nervous when we're asking space to do too many things. When my thoughts on the park, after generously listening to people, it's very important to have passive and recreation, okay? That's very important. And I have 2 teenage kids. I'm not insensitive to the kids and the needs, but we have an aging population and we have other members. So the walking path is very critical to me, as is the larger field, the turf, and the playground. And I think, not in a mean way, but when you try to shove all these things in here, it's too much. I also, too, am concerned about the trees, and I'd like to minimize the impact. I really, really feel that the best plan is concept number 1 with just the multi-purpose field. And there's a couple other reasons why. With the turf, I am concerned about safety. I am concerned about the balls. You know, I love baseball. Please don't feel that I don't love baseball, but it is a hard surface, and balls travel faster on hard surfaces. I'm worried about the traffic in each orientation and the impact it will have on not only cars, but people. You know, baseball strikes to small children, older people, they can be sometimes fatal, and I think this space is too tight. With that being said, I do feel that baseball's been neglected in the conversation, and I am grateful to the people who reached out to me after I was surprised to see them back here last week. And I would love, with Chris here, to talk about, is there another space? Because having grown up here, I feel that Lower Hawes, Pleasant Park, was always the secondary site for the additional field when we did BF. And I'm wondering, for me, you know, after I've said everything I feel about this, that the multi-purpose with the walking path and with the playground would integrate more nicely into the community that still leaves baseball homeless. And is there still a drawing, Chris, from way back when, of putting a baseball field into Lower Hawes or, you know, the Pleasant Park area there?
In the Lower Hawes field, I believe there is a baseball field. Are you suggesting it be stretched to, say, a 90-footer?
Yeah.
I believe that can be done. We have to be a little bit careful on the southern edge because there's wetlands nearby. A few hundred feet, I don't know exactly how many, you have the Saddle River. So there's wetlands, there may be DEP issues to address.
Do you have an old rendering from all the discussion?
I'm sure Jovan has something in the files. We're typical engineers. We keep electronic files forever. I'll go see what he has, and I'll submit it to Heather for distribution to the council. So you would like to see what a 90-foot field would look like on Hawes?
I would. And I'd like to continue the conversation with baseball to see if the 90-foot is still the actual yield, the requirement. I have the numbers from 2017 of the kids who are participating in the sport, and I would love to see, work with baseball on another site and be sincere in that and make that come to fruition. The only other issue that I want to see with this plan, because I'm going for broke, is that the discussion of lights is a big one. And again, I think that in the effort to move forward for the sake of time, at this point, I would recommend the full-sided, multi-purpose field and no lights. However, could we put the conduits in so if and when we have the money, the lights wouldn't require the earth to be dug up, the turf to be unsettled?
We could put the conduits in. However, if the village would like to go in that direction, I did raise the question of lighting with SHPO. I did get a reply. It didn't address the questions I posed to them, but it did suggest that we have a follow-up meeting to discuss, and I'll quote from them, based on your email, it may be advisable for us to schedule a follow-up meeting to discuss the implications of the proposed changes to the design. If you agree, we can send you a few possible dates later in the month after we've had a chance to review your email more thoroughly. I replied to them. I invited them up to see the site for a number of reasons. They've been pretty much sequestered due to COVID. I'd like them to see the work that has been done on the house. The outside has been finished. The inside is getting there. And then they can see the field. That email I have not gotten a reply to. I sent it out late this afternoon.
I think that's great. I mean, I think it's great. And obviously, while we work through the land and the historical status, I mean, if that's going to hold us back, I'd rather not hold it back.
Yeah, I'd like to find out. I mean, I already had an answer from SHPO on artificial turf. They don't recommend it. They said that if we were to propose it, that would kick the project over to the Historic Sites Council. That's one answer. Now, if the lighting does the same, again, I would present that to you folks in the council. The council can make a decision as to whether they want to try and see if that can be approved, or whether they just want to take that off the table to proceed with just an administrative approval.
I think that's we're in a dialogue with them too. Without making a decision, I'd like to see what they come back with.
We've had a dialogue with them for, like I said at last meeting, for at least a year and a half. We submitted suggestions, we've gotten feedback, and that was a lot of what shaped the drawings I presented to you folks last week.
And the only other thing I want to address is the parking, is that parking has always been part of the proposal. I am still waiting on the traffic study that we were all supposed to get.
All right. I have the traffic study from 2015 that our PD did.
Right.
I'll forward that over to Heather.
Yeah, if you could, that would be, I think everybody wants to see that.
I'd like to see that.
And one of the things that, with the discourse that went on this week, is that the house, right now, and for the decades that we've been putting money into it, has no intended use. There is no, so the village, just as, again, a little fun fact, and since I've been on this council, our village actually owns several assets, and when we own an asset, we look to, provide it to the community as a service, like Leicester Stable. We don't, it's there, it's part of us. But we also own other assets that we actually generate revenue from. Health Barn, Peace Library. And so with the money that's been in this and the tightness of our budget, there's always been the question within the community of what is going to go in that house? What will its future use be? No matter what happens with the house, right? Like the house is going to be developed, it's going to be beautiful, it has been painstakingly restored, and it is what it is. People are going to go to visit that house. So when we talk about the parking, I know that a lot of the people from the historical side, the goal would be to have the house be a vibrant part and visitors to go to the house. Small venues would require parking, as would if we put a business there. I'm not saying that we're going to, but parking is not disproportionately burdened to the park. It's also for the house, and we need to make sure we accommodate that. So I think there's this general idea that if the field isn't built, there will be no parking, but we have a house that we've spent over $2 million on, and we're going to need to discuss the financials of that house when the project is completed. That's it. That's all I have.
Okay. Regarding parking, once the council gives me direction as to how they want to design this, we will finalize the field layout, and then we'll start to look carefully where we put the other pieces in, the playground, the restrooms, parking on site. And again, one of the questions that SHPO didn't answer in their reply is the consideration of a community garden that was mentioned at the last presentation for that very southern triangular piece. If that is not something they want, I would ask them, can we use that as parking instead? That again, we'll find out what SHPO's feelings are for either one of those suggestions.
That's great. Thank you. I think it was an awesome reference point.
All good?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Lorraine?
Thank you. Chris, I have a question. So last week, I think Paul had asked you to do an overlay on the existing. Did you do that? Like, because I would love to see the smaller field on the same plan with the bigger field overlaid.
Ooh, we did not do that. We can try to do that. That would be a lot of line type.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is there any way could we have both of them up on the screen? I mean, it's such a visual difference. So on the smaller field, in my opinion, everything has its own space. There's space around it. Nothing is squeezed in. It's balanced, even though, you know, the field is 3 times the size of the house property, but at least there seems to be room around the field for a wooded area, for a playground, for the parking lot, for rain gardens, for the walking path. When you put the bigger field, you lose all of that. The field becomes much closer to the house. You lose all the canopy trees that you were going to plant. You lose...
Wait, you don't lose any trees, Lorraine.
No, there were going to be 24 canopy trees planted around the parking lot.
The drawings you're looking at are very conceptual. We haven't done any landscaping on them.
No, I'm not saying you're taking them out. I'm just saying they're not going to be planted.
We will probably plant them, because once we have a final field layout, that's when we'll start to do the landscaping, tree planting included.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe that the smaller field looks much better. I don't know if any of you have been to the site recently. I was there today. It's the stakes that are there, Chris, they are for the smaller field, the stakes that are there?
No, those are just control points we use for the construction work we did on the berm, with the finalizing of the berm and planting and the fencing.
Oh, okay. Because it seemed to be like there were...
As far as I know, nobody staked out any fields.
Okay.
I mean there is some survey control out there, so that makes it easier for us to locate anything out there when the time comes.
But, okay, I mean, I walked the property. I tried to visualize the plan that the ad hoc committee suggested was 150 feet by 225. The bigger field is 225 feet by 345.
No, that's with baseball, the 300.
No, the bigger all-purpose field,
the other way,
we said was 115 yards, which is 345 feet, and 75 yards, which is 225 feet. So it just seems that you're squeezing the field in between the walking path and the trees that are on the east side of the house. There's no room. Where are the spectators going to sit? I mean, the parking lot is, just beyond it. The sidewalk is on the other side, and then you have the walking path and the trees. There's no space.
All those finer details we will plan and show on a drawing once the council selects a size field you want. Which of the 3 options I presented tonight you like, or as Ms. Winograd said, no baseball field, just the lacrosse and soccer field. I'm looking for the council to give us direction. Then we'll put in some of the accoutrements, for lack of a better word, that go with the field. Where the spectators sit, as I said, we'd have to look to what we could do with parking, the restroom, and playground.
Well, I appreciate the work you've done, but I like the original plan, the plan from 2017, if that's what it is. I have a couple of questions on that. Where you see the berm, it looks like there's 2 rows of trees, correct?
And the berm, yes, there are.
There are 2 rows of trees?
There's a row on top of the berm.
Yes.
And there's a row at the toe of the berm on the inside.
Okay. I couldn't even see the row. I mean, the top, obviously, I saw, but the ones on the bottom, how tall are they?
They are the same height as the ones on the top of the berm. They're all the same species and same height. The ones at the base are just inside the 3-rail post and rail fence with the box mesh.
How
covering.
wide will they grow?
Those, probably on the order of 10, 12, 14 feet.
Will they ever, I mean, it seemed like they're so far apart.
We wanted to give them room to grow.
Will it ever be a screen?
It'll be a pretty good screen, a good sound absorptive screen. Depending how they grow, we'll see if they fill into each other.
Okay.
We did not want to be in a position where we put them in too tight that in a very short span of time they would grow into each other, because then we're going to have the difficult task of looking at which one we cut out.
Right. No, I agree. It's just, it takes a long time to
we
see
think
it
we'll be
growing.
successful because both the top of the berm at tree line and the bottom at the toe of the berm, they're both irrigated. So they will have water.
Okay. I also want to comment on the community taking down the brown area to this, I guess, the west.
Pardon?
The area that Pam had suggested, maybe it could be a community garden to the left of the driveway.
Oh, that would be the southern triangle, which would be to the left of the entrance.
Okay, so that wooded area right now is like the only buffer the residents have from noise pollution, air pollution, that particulate pollution that Patty Infantino was talking about. To remove any trees in that area, I really do think would be a crime. I would rather see more community gardens up at Tabernacle. Isn't there space up there?
There is potentially. We have the passive area on, again, when you come in the driveway, we'll bit off to the left side where we have the pond. That is a little bit sloping. I could talk to Nancy Bigos and see if that's a consideration for their garden members, because the community garden suffers the same problems our playing fields have. They've been indontuated with flooding.
Okay, so I mean, I think the original plan, I believe that SHPO would approve it if you submitted it. We could have a field by the end of spring. I think we should leave it alone. We should abide by what the neighbors, the sports people, the Parks Department, anybody that was on that ad hoc committee, it was a group of all of the stakeholders. Now, I know Siobhan is saying things have changed, we've had more floods. I'm sorry, but this is not the place to shove in a big field. It looks, if everybody can see this, it looks nice. Can we go back to it?
Nope, that one.
That one. There's a place for everything and everything in its place and everything has a little space around it. I mean, it's still practically clear-cutting the property. If I was a neighbor, I would be devastated with this. I mean, right now, when I walk the property, I kind of pictured where the small field would be, and I counted about 200 trees that were going to have to be removed for the small field. And I'm not talking trees that are, the width of my pinky. I'm talking 2-inch trees. That's a lot of trees to remove. It's very sad. And those trees, I mean, right now there's no leaves on them, so it was really loud. But I can imagine when there are leaves on it, it's a huge sound buffer, pollution buffer. This plan to me is the biggest we should go. And it's even too big for me. And I also agree with Siobhan, we should not do permanent lights. That was talked about in the ad hoc committee. They definitely said no permanent lights. And if SHPO is saying that doing turf is going to send it to the Historic Sites Council, is that what you called it?
They said, to quote from the SHPO does not recommend artificial turf. We've had several projects referred to the Historic Sites Councils for turf fields.
Okay.
So Lorraine, I want to add to the turf and the historic. So I did take the time because one of the things that I want to point out as a matter of fact is the 2017 proposal did have turf included in it. It was absolutely turf. And then one of the things that always, I think, who else has this problem, right? Because Ridgewood can't be so unique. And I found 3 of our neighbors have the same situation with historic declarations, and they've actually turfed. So the Goffle Brook Park, which is in Hawthorne, so if you go to Goffle Brook Farm and you head down Shortways, there's an historic park there, and they turfed a field there. And it actually went as far to go to court because it's a Passaic County field, and the mayor of Hawthorne didn't want it, and they went toe-to-toe, and the court ruled in favor of it being turfed. Our other neighbor is Patterson's say it for me, Matt?
Hinchcliffe
Stadium, which is a very famous stadium, and a baseball stadium. They are turfing that, and they're turfing that, and they highlighted several reasons for turf was because of the water and the irrigation costs and how expensive it is to maintain the grass. They also highlighted because it was a primarily male baseball field, and women's soccer wants to use it, and the movement with this neighborhood was multi-purpose. And then there is another field in the Ironbound section, same thing, historic declaration, and all of them have oversight by SHPO, and the turf was approved. So I have sent them to Matt, talked a lot of sports with Matt this week, and I don't think we should be intimidated by that, because if our neighbors are doing this, and the reasons why are water restrictions and the need, because even with the smaller side, Lorraine, it accounts for a lot of things except for persistent flooding and the statements we've heard from all the parents that really, several parents called me this week and said, putting in a small-sided field, it serves no purpose. It really just serves no purpose and no safe haven. And I think that in 2017, I would have been with you more, but the persistent flooding is a mess, and it's really impacting the social emotional wealth and well-being of our community when kids can't have a standard routine regarding their sports.
The smaller field, kids 12 and under can play on, correct?
I think the cap is 8v8, so that goes up to like 13 for certain sports.
Okay. So in my experience with my 3 kids, when they were younger, they played multiple sports, even multiple sports each season. So there was a lot of sports. As they get older, they find their niche. I like baseball, I'm dropping lacrosse, I like soccer, I'm dropping baseball, whatever. In my opinion, it seems like there'd be less older kids playing because the younger kids play multiple sports. The older kids, I think, stick with 1 or 2 sports. But regardless, I'm just saying visually, the feel of it, when I was there today and I tried to picture the bigger field, I almost cried at how many trees would be taken down and how those neighbors would just be so susceptible to the noise and the pollution of Route 17. It's not fair. It really isn't fair. That's the bottom line. I know we need fields. I won't deny that. But you can't harm a neighborhood in order to get a playing field.
No one is harming a neighborhood. In fact, improving this property by $7 million will improve the value of those homes 8 to 10%. Nobody on this council wants to harm the neighborhood. The plan and the purchase was always to develop a park. The
But this
fields,
plan is a good plan, the original plan.
except it doesn't serve the needs of the community given the persistent flooding. The other thing is that not just kids play sports on fields. We've heard from the adult members of our community. I hear you. Look, when I went over there, I am shocked at how loud it can be, and there's no doubt trees are buffers. But this was purchased, and I think we're saying a lot of the same agreement. We need to put a field there. Trees will come down. And in fact, the last council took down more trees than we will need to, putting this out there. The remaining trees are not the bulk of the tree. When we went through the bond invoices, we've already sent people in there and taken down a significant number of trees. And we've had nothing to come to fruition. And the plan that everybody wanted in 2017 sat dormant with no one advocating for it for 5 years. And we now need to take I want to build a park for the neighbors, but I want to build a park for the community. One of the most compelling things I heard when this discussion was going on is the sense of isolation that the Old Glen School has. I mean, I was in 6th grade when they shut the school, and I still hear about it, and nobody wants a fractured part of the town. Building a park in this community will improve the property values, restore some of the trees that the previous council cut down, and move forward with the needs of the community. That's a good thing. If I lived across the street from this, and I heard from dozens of neighbors, what's occurred over the past 5 years has been an absolute eyesore. There's been no positive direction. So I don't think anybody up here wants the neighbors to suffer. In fact, putting it on the agenda for the first time in 5 years is proof that we want it to move forward.
In my opinion, this plan should have been put in years ago. I don't know why why it was altered and other plans were put in.
But Lorraine, I came from the public side constantly and pressed for that, and it didn't happen.
Right.
Okay, and I think we're going to move on. So, Pam, do you have any comments or
Yes,
questions?
I do. Chris, I see that the black lines on the drawings are the soccer field and the red lines are the lacrosse field.
Yes.
What are the red skip lines?
I don't know enough about lacrosse to tell you that. I had one daughter who played soccer. She played goalie, and she was good at it. And the other one could care less. So I'm at a little bit of a loss of experience.
Okay, well, then,
No, I think, Pam, the skip lines are just you need 10 or 15 feet surrounding the field for, the teams to sit, the coaches.
where would a fence go around this if we needed it for safety?
A fence or netting?
Both.
All right. The netting question is one I've posed to SHPO. That's another one of those items I'm looking for clarification on how they regard that. And then, obviously, any answer we get will be forward and presented to the council. Fence, there is a 3-row or 3-tier post and rail fence just inside the sidewalk along West Saddle River Road. That'll have the box mesh. The fence will look the same as the fence we already installed at the toe of the berm.
So the netting is how tall when you put up netting?
I don't know. I'm asking SHPO, is there any height that they tolerate, that they can accept? Then I also, once we find that out, we have to talk to the sports groups as to what is recommended for whatever field size you folks decide upon.
So we could have, with this first drawing, we could have netting, high netting, all the way around the front along West Saddle River Road for the baseball field, right?
Well, for the 90-foot field,
Yeah.
again, the question is, with the 90-foot field, how many players would hit it out of the park, shall we say? And that's a question that we'd have to look, if we're going with that design, talking with baseball field designers as to what they recommend. I'm not ready to commit to a netting or not. I need more information. Again, first I would like the council to decide what kind of field arrangements they would like to see here. And then, as I said, we'll flesh it out with the details.
Okay. Well, what we see in 2 dimensions is a lot different from what it'll look like as built. So I always approach designs and drawings with a lot of hesitancy because I don't want to be surprised once it's built. And so Paul and I wanted to see what does a full-size field look like. And Paul said, well, let's go up to Immaculate Heart Academy. They have a full field with the baseball diamond on it. And we went up there, and it's huge, and it's beautiful. Our kids would salivate to play there. And, of course, it has no field, no trees on it. And then I drove right over to Shedler. And I want to show you what's not on these drawings. You see this crosswalk right there on West Saddle River Road? That's where the trees are now. That's where they start. And all the way up and to the right, it's all trees. So almost half of that large playing field would require taking out all those trees. The trees themselves are not all mature. Many of them are just saplings. They're not particularly precious or impressive trees. And so if you replanted them, yes, it would take a long time for saplings to come to the same point of carbon exchange that mature trees are capable of. The playground, I don't think you should move it. If the bathrooms stay there, then the playground needs to be near the bathrooms if you've ever had small children. When I look at the plans for the larger field, I remember a friend of mine who was an interior designer, and she said, don't expect your bedroom to serve as your study, your kitchen, and your bathroom. We can't ask too much of the property itself. If you moved the big parking lot, maybe we would save space by not having such a long driveway. I might be interested to see that. I am worried about turf. I haven't heard any scientific studies about its environmental impact. I read what Linda McNamara sent me years ago, article after article after article, about the detrimental effects of artificial turf. Maybe it's come a long way since then. But they were mostly anecdotal, and they were not necessarily scientific. I found them to be inconclusive. So if anybody has scientific studies from a peer-reviewed journal, I'd love to read it. Send it to me. I have my doubts about turf. Having lived with it through all these storms and the expense that we go to repair turf, I would hesitate to throw good money after bad. And the disposal of turf. If you saw Maple Field when it got rolled up and thrown away, that filled our filled landfills. How long will that take to degrade? I don't think it's great for the environment. Parking. Whoever mentioned that the streets around the area are dead ends, thank you. I had not thought about the traffic implications on West Saddle River Road, and I think it is a different situation than elsewhere in town. Lights. I don't know if you've heard about this proposal for an enormous billboard to be posted along Route 17 on the other side, opposite the Shedler property, which will be illuminated. And the neighbors are not very keen on it. and maybe you have an opinion on this, but I think there are several historic properties, Old Paramus Reformed Church for one, and the cemetery, as well as Shedler. This is a historic area. You might not want a giant illuminated billboard, but if you okay lights in the historic area, you've set a precedent. So I have not made up my mind yet, and I'm very concerned about this, and thank you all for your input.
First, I want to take a moment to recognize what Siobhan said about this being a work session. And as you can see, everybody's minds are wide open. We all have some ideas, but this is how we discuss things. So for those of you who are overly concerned on one side or the other, this is the only way we can talk about it. And so we're so glad that you're all here so we can do that. And my favorite part of the evening so far has been what I asked for, and I know I didn't have to ask for it, was that everyone is so impassioned here on both sides of this discussion and yet everybody came here respectfully, told us everything they wanted us to hear, and did it in a respectful way. And as your neighbors, we all appreciate that. So, Chris, let me give you my thoughts here. We've got 4 drawings, and a baseball field doesn't fit in any of them. Just my thoughts. And I appreciate your having tried to, as you say, shoehorn it into in 4 different ways. I just don't think that that works. It doesn't work in the new drawing that you gave us. It doesn't work in the 3 drawings you gave us before. Now that's a full-size field, and I'm going to return to that. In your drawing that you provided us tonight, which I really appreciate, where you talk about the 6,600 square feet of existing woods that would be lost and another 8,300 square feet of existing woods that can remain. And I just want to be clear about that. Those are existing woods that would remain. Is that correct?
Yes, that's an area that's currently treed.
So if a full-size multi-purpose field were put there, then we wouldn't actually lose any woods from the drawing that Lorraine refers to. We would still have at least the same number, if not more. Is that correct?
Yes, but as was pointed out by your colleagues, the construction of any field there will necessitate removal of trees. But we had shown an area preserved previously, and with a full-size field, because we're cutting into that, we would preserve an additional area to offset it.
But it really doesn't make a difference whether it's a full-size field or a small-sided field. You're still talking about cutting the same number of trees down.
Approximately, yes.
Good. The parking lots looks a little skinny with a full-size field.
Well, again,
can they be?
If you're taking the overlay of a baseball diamond off.
Take the baseball diamond off, and believe me, and I know that you and Jovan worked very hard to get this to us very quickly. So, and I know that you simply put the full-size field on the existing layout. Could those 2 parking lots be adjusted so that the larger one near Route 17 was pushed a little further towards the woods? And the
one behind the house?
No, the one furthest from the house.
Up against the base of the berm?
Up against the base of the berm.
Which direction would you want to go?
And I'm trying to get my directions here. Yes, towards the woods along the berm, so that to make the road a little longer,
slide it northward.
Slide it northward.
can
And
do
then the parking lot nearest the house, could that be slid southward just a little bit?
The little bit we have to be careful of because we've already constructed the ADA ramp from the rear of the house to where the parking lot is to be with a Bergen County Community Block Development Grant. They would get kind of annoyed if we didn't utilize their ramp in the final configuration things. We can look at flipping the lot so that the spaces, the stalls are, we're looking at it, would be on the left side where they are on the right side now, but we have to be careful with the large hickory tree that we show there because our intent is to preserve that hickory tree.
The hickory tree that you referred to as a,
No, that's the sugar maple.
oh, not the sugar
Sugar
maple.
maple's at the northwest corner of the house. There's two hickories on the south side of
Got
the
it.
house.
We don't want to disturb them.
We're,
They're good and
we're
healthy
trying to
trees.
preserve those hickory trees there.
Great.
But I could take a look at to see if we can flip that and see how that would look.
That would be terrific.
I love the idea of flipping it because it gives you a distinction of two separate experiences, house and field. I think that's, if you could do that, I think that really adds to the value and the charm of an integrated house experience.
And so, as I look at this, again, I think that if we get another drawing, perhaps for our February 22nd work session, and we continue with this as expeditiously as possible, to now that we see what a full-sided multipurpose field looks like, we eliminate the full-sized baseball field because it just does not fit here. And it's, as you say, shoehorning it in. But we tweak the wooded areas, we tweak the parking lot, as I know that you and Jovan are able to. I think I would like to see that. And because the key here is balance. And I'll go back to the 4 key points that I raised when we started this. One is time. It's been sticking around for 14 years. We've been here a couple of weeks, and we've spent a lot of time on this already. And we're going to finish it quickly. Trees, we want to make sure that we preserve every tree that's possible. Flooding. For those here who have not publicly recognized that flooding of all of our fields, all of them, has changed dramatically in 5 years. We need to look at this. We can't say that flooding isn't going to occur anymore. It has gotten progressively worse. We were all here during Floyd, or many of us were, and we thought that was a once in a 500-year flood. And as Governor Christie pointed out after Sandy, I don't know if you've noticed, but we've had 3 500-year floods in the last 5 years. It's bad. And this is high ground and dry ground. And so we need to at least try to strike a balance. And balance is the key here. We have lots of interests. And I misspoke when I said one side and the other. We're all on the same side. We're all on the same side. We have to find the balance. And if we can't find it, we have to spend a little bit of time trying to find it. And I know that's where I am on all of this. So I know that many of you will have other questions. And unfortunately, our meeting format does not allow for that. I know that I spoke to one of your neighbors, Manish, who's been very involved in this for a long time, at length. And he mentioned to me having a coffee at his house where perhaps 2 council members could come and speak and answer questions. We would be very interested in doing that for anyone who wants to do that. And we would do it as many times as you like to answer every question as best we can. So I throw that out there. Meantime, what I would recommend is, and also we need to address Pam's concerns about turf and the environmental impact of that. So what I'd ask is, and with the council's approval, is if we could put this on the agenda for February 22nd, which is our next public work session, and the next opportunity we could speak about it, if it's possible to do some research on turf, if it's possible to get a drawing that lays out this full-sized field, adjusting the wooded areas, adjusting the parking lots. And also, when Pam and I went to IHA today, they actually had a small-sided ball field. They use it as a softball field there. That was within the confines of the multi-purpose field, which was really just another purpose that it could serve. If that could be drawn in here, because I don't believe we could take up another inch beyond what is shown as a full-sized multi-purpose field.
So you're looking for like a baseball, softball, diamond within the multi-purpose field?
Yes. To see what that looks like. And I know I got a call from Scott Muller, president of the RBSA, and what he said to me was, if you can't fit a full-size field, see if you can fit a small-sized field there. Because we have lots of kids and not enough fields. So I would personally like to take a look at that.
I have a couple more questions, Chris.
Sure.
Can you tell me the width of West Saddle River Road?
The public right-of-way or the face of curb to face of curb, the paved width.
Curb to curb,
I believe it's 24 feet.
24. And are you expecting to widen that at all to get these parallel parking spaces in?
No, these will be cut into the field side property.
They'll be cut in the width of the car? So
The width of the parking space, 8.5 feet.
Okay, so the road will still be 24 feet wide?
Yes, it has to be.
Even when the car, yeah,
Two
because I was
12-foot
going to say
lanes.
24 feet is very narrow. I live on a street that's 24 feet, and if there's a car parked on the road, you can only get one car down it. If you have two, like the caller said, you have to pull
Yeah,
off to
the
side.
parking spaces, the parallel parking, we're going to widen the road into where the field side is, which is within the public right-of-way. As we show, there are a couple islands there. That's because there's existing utility poles. We don't want to pay for the cost of resetting those utility poles, and we don't want to push them further into the park property itself.
Okay. So then also on this last option, the option 4, where Paul is asking you to slide down the parking lot a little, and we're gaining back some existing woods. I don't see a playground on this. Where would you think that you would put a playground?
We're going to have to take a look at that. We're going to see how the parking lot looks if we slide that up, how far we slide that up, and see what kind of area we have for a playground. The other thing is also, the other request is to see how a small baseball, softball diamond fits on the multi-purpose field, and whether any portions of that extend off the field, where they would go also.
Okay.
And to Lorraine's point, the playground is a necessity.
Oh, yeah.
So we
agree.
need to
no question about that.
see if we can make that. We have to make that work.
And will we be able to fit the rain gardens that were in, the plan with the smaller field? Because I don't really see them.
Once we have the layout of the fields determined, the parking and all that, we will fit the rain gardens in where we can, because we have to then grade the pavement so that the stormwater runoff goes to those rain gardens for stormwater mitigation. Because as you recall from my initial presentation last week, we don't have any inlets for stormwater collection here for the parking area. We do have a couple of inlets for the field just to collect some of the runoff from that and direct it to the rain garden in the tree area.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
All good?
Paul, I have three things. So I just want to make sure that before the time we meet, that the full council will get the safety study. I also, that last time we mentioned that the Cool Play Turf in 2017 was in Hohokus, who had already
Hold on
performed-
one sec. Did you mean traffic study?
Yeah.
You said safety study.
Safety, traffic safety.
All right.
Okay.
I have a 2015 study that our police department did. It's very, very extensive because they set up their meters and counters for about a week or more. I have that. I'll forward that over to Heather for distribution to the council.
Okay, that would be great. And then Hohokus' study, we were going to contact them and get their environmental study on the field to the right of Hollywood, because that's turfed. And they had exercised Cool Play Turf, Coconut Hill. So, I mean, I can call them. I'm on a tear this last week.
I'm going to see the administrator probably tomorrow, so
Okay.
I can ask him.
Perfect. And then the last thing is for the audience. So one of the things that I love about making decisions is having numbers. And the last update that I have for users of the field, and I do want to say I did have a lovely conversation with Bill Bonds. I'm very grateful for it. And I do feel bad that the need from baseball sort of missed me because I haven't seen a lot of advocacy for it, probably because there hasn't been much public discussion. So if the sports organizations are so inclined to, I think all of us would welcome an update on the number of users. So in 2017, the numbers that were provided for the study were that RBSA had 1,400 players, there were 110 teams in rec alone, and 210 in kickball. I'd be interested in hearing from the organizations. We've heard a lot from soccer. We've heard a little bit from lacrosse. I know there's football. Now has I'm pointing at you, Bill Pilla, that has RJFA and also the expansion with Jets. So if you're involved in a sports organization, I am the fields liaison. I've been communicating with whoever your rep is. I think the whole council would welcome metrics on how many of your users and what they're looking for, without like a long detailed, how many people play, what their ages are, how many teams, because that would be helpful in a decision.
Good. Chris, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate all of your efforts in helping us to come to a good conclusion on this.
We'll continue this conversation on the 22nd then.
Yes.
Looking
Thanks,
forward
Chris.
to it.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, we're going to move on to Ridgewood Water. The first.
The council has discussed that since we sit here for 2.5 hours at a clip, and we may have another 2.5 hours to go, if we could take a 3-minute break so that we can stand and stretch our legs. And so we're going to do that right now, and we really appreciate your patience with us.
Okay. One girl. Okay.
Everybody get your mics on?
So we'll resume the meeting. I just want to take a roll call.
Thank you all for your patience. That was like the elixir of life, standing up after 2.5 hours. So
Let me just take a roll call. Deputy Mayor Perrin. Here. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd.
Here.
And Mayor Vagianos.
Here.
All right, Ridgewood Water. The first item is that the village awarded a 3-year contract for the maintenance of backup generators for Ridgewood Water. They actually have 15 auxiliary power generators in the Ridgewood Water system. It's the second year of a 3-year contract. It's under the Sourcewell Cooperative Pricing System to Cummings, Inc. of Kearney, New Jersey, not to exceed $42,176.50, and funding is in the water operating budget. Any questions?
questions?
Okay, the next one is annual laboratory analysis services. This is a vendor name change. The village council awarded annual laboratory analysis services and annual PFAS laboratory analysis service for Ridgewood Water for the years 2023 and 2024. In December, Ridgewood Water has been informed that AquaPro Tech Inc., which was the award of the contract vendor, has been sold to Pace Analytical Services, LLC. So this requires two new resolutions with the name changes.
All good?
Yep.
Next.
The last one is a bid rejection. Bids were received for the Valley View Reservoir and site improvements for Ridgewood Water. 2 bids were received. The lowest bid was over the estimate, the engineer's estimate, by $189,250. Therefore, we will rebid with alternatives to the bid, and both bids will be rejected.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Great.
Okay. The next one is under, where are we? Under parking. Update to parking regulations. So this encompasses quite a bit. We have Sergeant J. Chuck here. We have Chief Jacqueline Lusky here. Where'd she go? I don't know. Oh, there she is. And then we have Chris Rudishauser, too, because he obviously works with over the traffic and signal department, and they're the ones who work with the kiosks and the very parking mechanisms. So I think that this is a new approach to parking and certainly something that we should all consider. So I'll just have Sergeant Chuck go through it. And this evening you had in front of you the parking maps. So if Sergeant Chuck would please talk about this. And we also have new signage, and we have examples of the signs. So I'll have Sergeant Chuck go ahead.
Thank you. So the parking...
Just make sure you're talking in the microphone.
I usually have a pretty big voice. The parking enforcement and traffic team have been working on this project for a little bit, trying to really help identify some of the problems uptown and some simple solutions. You guys got something similar in your packets. We just kind of made it on PowerPoint, so it's a little easier for everyone to see today. But obviously, our main complaints are confusing payment structures. And just to keep that in line so you guys understand, there are 6 payment methods in the Station Plaza. 6 payment methods in the same parking spot. We've littered downtown with signs. Some of them are brown, some of them are purple, some of them are green, some of them are white, and it has just become too confusing. Plus, they're always behind a different rule in every place you go. Obviously, we have been working with Calais over the last couple of years to go with newer technologies and the kiosks in town. Some of those kiosk locations seem to be confusing people, and we'll give you a really easy example. If you're parking in the Hole, which is the parking lot at the end of East Ridgewood Avenue, there's a meter right in front of you. that meter actually belongs to East Ridgewood, actually belongs to Broad Street and not the whole. So a lot of people will get out, park, and walk over to that one. We also have a meter on Chestnut Street. On the street, it's for street level parking. However, it's really close to the lot, and some people walk over to it and pay there instead of paying at the lot. So we kind of talked about restructuring some of the zones, which would encompass getting those confusing kiosks into one zone.
The issue when people are paying, as he said, like on Chestnut on the street instead of on the lot, is that results in people getting tickets. So when he's talking about restructuring, it is to try to avoid that frustration that people get when we get those calls all the time of, I paid, why did I get a ticket? To try to make it more user-friendly for everybody.
How many zones do we have?
There are currently 33 zones.
And is the reason we have so many zones is to discourage repeat parking and moving it?
No, so, and again, just to clarify this for everyone, because this is always a confusing point, repeat parking is for a parking spot, not a zone.
Okay.
So you can park in the same zone in a different spot as much as you want. It is not for the zone. We can't enforce the zone. It'd be too hard. So the zone structure was designed for, the amount of zones was designed to allow the enforcement officer to be able to navigate easily. Once you start getting over a couple pages through a phone, it starts getting really hard to work on that. So all the zones were kind of designed around 50 to 100 spots. But again, we can always improve on what started 7 years ago.
By the way,
Can I ask questions? Sorry, so just, I'm just going to go with it. So am I wrong in thinking there could be two technical zones with Hudson Street because there's a different pricing and then the rest of town? Would that be a problem? To just take it down to two separate zones? So rather than have 30-something, what would, if all the kiosks were just one program that were on the streets and the lots, and then the only place we have reduced parking rate is Hudson Street?
No, so there's tons of different rates everywhere. There's mainly two rates.
Don't
right?
park very much, so this is going to be interesting.
There's
Yeah,
mainly,
it's all lots, actually. It's
there's
different
mainly
than the
two.
street.
There's mainly two rates. There's a parking lot rate and a street rate.
So is it $1 per hour in all the lots and?
Yes, and $1.25 on the street.
$1.25.
Yep.
Okay, and there's no other like secret double like rate somewhere else?
No.
Okay.
Well,
there's 15 minutes.
And there is, but it's a secret. We can't tell you.
Yeah, 15-minute spots don't count.
And is the top of East Ridgewood Ave considered a lot?
No, that's street level parking.
Great.
The signage in the garage, anyone that's driven through the garage is obviously, they all know it's very hard to find. So we want to relocate those signs and make the rules in the garage a little more straightforward. The biggest problem we have is exemptions. For some reason, every time we want to create a parking rule, we have exemptions in mind. And as soon as you create a parking rule with exemptions in mind, you've already confused everyone. So we want to kind of change that around. The solution is simple. Let's simplify it. Let's work together to make it easy. Easiest way to talk about this is kind of break down one of the harder ones, which is the garage. So right now, the garage first floor is pay only, so you have to pay to park. Quarters, dimes, credit card, pay by app, whatever it is. You can stay there 3 hours only, and that's it. Second floor, hang tag, premium pass only, and then after 12, you can pay to park for 3 hours. Third floor, currently, is allowing employee passes, CBD employee passes. They're allowed to pay up to 11 hours or have a hang tag, or there's long-term, there is the secondary premium pass.
Non-premium.
Non-premium pass, and we currently also have 24-hour stalls purchased for the year. Is anyone confused already?
Those are,
Very good.
when you say 24 hours, those are the 364, 24/7. Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
Yep, and they're all purchased already. There's 6 spots, and they're all purchased. Fourth floor, CBD employees only, no other hang tags. And remember, CBD employees either have a monthly pass or they're paying by coin or app. So one of our recommendations is let's keep it simple. The ground rule is pay to park. Wherever you are in town, the ground rule is pay to park. Right now, some areas that we have, the rule is hang tags. Some areas are hang tags or pay. Some areas are pay. And the fact that you're all confused already means that's what's going on. So if the ground rule is throughout the entire town, if it's a marked parking spot, you have to pay there. That's the ground rule. The exemptions are going to be the hang tags.
Are you suggesting that, like on Union or Prospect Street, those free 2-hour areas are also now going to be pay areas?
No. Anywhere there's a marked parking spot.
Oh, those are unmarked.
So whether it's Prospect Street, Station Plaza, or Cottage Place, they're all marked spots. The ground rule is you pay to park there. The exemptions are going to be if you have a hang tag and that area allows a hang tag. So now when a citizen comes to town, and maybe they're not from town, and they drive in and they find a parking spot, what's everyone know you do when you go into a parking spot?
Pay.
You have to pay. That's easy. That's what the ground rule is. Everyone pays. Now, if you're a resident and you have the premium pass, you know, because you're coming to town, you're speaking to Lori or Michelle at the desk, they're telling you, hey, these are the rules for you. They give you a sheet. This is where you can park during certain hours. You don't have to pay to park. Just put the hang tag up in the window and you're good to go. They're educated in the exemption, right? It's a simpler rule for everybody. Something has changed over the last couple days. A vendor we were working with, I'm sorry, changed my slide. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't, we're going to blame Dylan.
We blame him regardless.
So back to the garage. Again, keeping the rule, pay to park. Every deck is, the first, second, and third deck is going to be 3-hour limits. 3-hour limits to park. 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is what the street rules are. So if you get there after 9 o'clock, you got to pay to park. Now, the exemption is the commuter hang tags. When commuters usually get in there? Usually before 9 o'clock. So there should be no negative impact on the commuters finding a stall to park in and going over the train and move on amongst their day. And then when anyone else drives in the lot, they know the first, second, and third floor, they're going to be 3 hours. Rules are simple. The fourth floor is for the CBD employees. That's an 11-hour parking area. The systems that we have, we can't commingle those time distances. So we can't commingle a 3-hour with an 11-hour day in a zone. So we have to create different zones for that. You'll see on here, it does say third and fourth floor. Like I said, we were doing a trial period with one of the larger employers in the CBD. That trial period did not work out, so they're gone. So we only need the fourth floor for employees. And then, of course, guys, we always have the questions about snow days. Snow days, we obviously close up the top deck. We don't want people slipping up there. And when that happens, the people on the top deck, they just kind of move down to the second and third deck and move amongst their day. How do you guys feel about that?
I just have a question because I'm confused already. So the commuters, okay, what do they have a hang tag? Do they have,
Yes.
what do they have? They do have a hang tag.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was my confusion, so the commuters can use the parking garage on the second and the third floor as long as they have the hang tag.
Correct. And they can park there all day long.
And that's the only way a commuter can use the garage. Nobody, say if I'm going into the city for a day, or even one day a week, I would have to buy a day pass. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Or are we getting ahead of ourselves?
No, that's right.
So in the garage, a day pass will still be allowed.
Yes.
The day pass is only in the train station lot, Station Plaza, and in the garage. That's it.
Okay, but how does somebody, when I get a day pass, is it a hang tag?
So there's two methods for the day pass. A lot of people feel comfortable printing it out at home and putting it in their dashboard.
Okay.
But also the day pass is available on the app, and then we get it fed into the system.
Okay, so that would be an exemption.
That's the exemption.
Okay.
Could I ask just a general question? How is commuting these days? You know, my experience is that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are creeping up, but Monday and Friday are low, and that's just me, not any scientific observation.
So Station Plaza is pretty busy. It's at almost capacity, high capacity every day. The garage is still not there. So we are not seeing the commuting that we used to see. I think you're right. You know, people are doing 1 or 2 days a week in the city. They're not doing the old 5 days anymore.
But what are you seeing in the garage? Do you have any, like, is it 40% occupied, 20%, 5?
I would say it's during Monday through Friday, during what we call regular business hours, it's low, 30 to 40% maybe.
Okay.
Thursday night, Fridays, and Saturdays, we're full.
Okay.
You know, you're getting the 70, 80% that we're looking for. But regular days, it's empty.
I have a question about Sundays. Does the kiosk allow people who are confused to pay on Sundays?
No.
Okay, it'll say, not accepting your money.
Yes.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Also on holidays.
Okay, good. That's an improvement over the meters, because
Yeah.
they would take your money.
Yeah.
Okay.
The remote is not working. Dylan, can we go to the next slide?
Uh-oh.
It's good for one. All right, Station Plaza. Super busy place. Again, if we think about commuters get in there before 9 o'clock. Most of the commuters get in there before 9 o'clock, and the Station Plaza is already getting busy before 9. Right now, we have a rule: you can pay at 6. If you're there by noon, if the sun shines on the east side of town, we do this, we do that, and it's really confusing for folks. So again, base rule is from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is the rules for the street and the garage and the parking lots, 3-hour parking. This is going to allow any shoppers and diners that want to use the west side, if there's an open spot, whether they want to come in for lunch, they want to shop for an hour at 10 o'clock when the store opens, or if they're coming in for dinner, if there's a spot open, they're going to pay and they're going to park, and there's no confusion for them. So if you're coming from out of town, or if you just don't come downtown a lot, the rule is simple: you park in a parking spot and you pay for the 3 hours.
That's really good for the west side, because they're so short on parking.
Yeah. The exemptions will be the hang tags. Now, the question just came up about someone doesn't want to own a hang tag because they're only going to the city 1 or 2 days a week. How are they going to buy a spot for the day? And the answer is the daily pass that you either put in your windshield or you pay through the app. So that is the only inconvenience that is going to change for people. Instead of coming to the kiosk and paying at the train station for the day, you're going to have to either pay by the app or get online before you leave your house and pay for it online if you don't want to buy a pass. Saturdays. Of course, Saturdays, we're always family-oriented, right? We're worried about going in the city, seeing a show, spending the day with your family in the city. So Saturdays, the parking time is 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's all through town. That's when you'd pay. We would allow pay to park all day there. So whether you're a resident or you're from Midland Park, you want to take the train with your family for the day, drive down to Ridgewood, pay to park, move on. We don't see high capacities in Station Plaza on Saturdays like we do during commuter days, so we don't think that this would be a huge negative impact to the residents of town.
What about the parking garage on Saturday during the day? Is that crowded?
On really nice days, yes. On regular days, no. Not until dinner time. Lunchtime will get a little busier, and then dinner time will be full.
So you wouldn't want to do an all-day at the garage?
I would like to see how this works first.
Okay.
If it's working well and we need to adjust, I think that's a good adjustment.
Okay.
And then, of course, the hang tags and the Ridgewood Daily Passes are allowed in the Station Plaza.
Is the Ridgewood Daily Pass the payment system through us or through Park Mobile?
You actually do it on the website, on our website.
Okay. And is there a fee on
Yes,
top?
it's $10 for the day.
Total? Like, I meant a transaction fee.
No, I don't.
No, not for that.
I think it's just 10.
Dylan, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. This is kind of a hard one to grasp. A couple years ago, we decided to have two different pay structures in the parking lots and the streets to encourage people to use the lots. I'm just going to be honest, it hasn't worked. It's not. We're not encouraging anyone to park in the lots for that 25 cents an hour. People that want to park in the streets, they're going to park in the streets. People that want to park in the lots are going to park in the lots. For the entire reorganization of all the zones to work out to be less confusing for the citizens, we have to have one flat pay structure for the lots and the street level. So it all needs to be the same.
I just want to mention, I spoke to Bob Rooney, and he says he recommends 125 across the board, and that's due to our debt service, and there's no incentive anyway, and also the maintenance for the garage.
Yep.
Somehow I knew Bob was going to say that.
You were right.
And again, we've already talked about it, but this slide just reemphasizes that the reason that we're doing that is reduce the confusion for the citizens and allowing people to kind of park wherever they find a parking spot and not confuse people. And again, the most important thing is reorganize some of these zones so the structure is a little better, a little easier for everyone to work. Dylan, next slide, please. Yes.
A few years ago, we had the Walker Report, and within the since I've been on the council, there was a time when we considered getting a revision to the Walker Report, and I remember the options were, do we want the $15,000 one or the $7,000 one? We went with the cheap one, and I've never seen it.
Let me find out from Bob, okay?
Yeah.
And if we
I'd
have
like
it,
to
we'll
see
send it
that
out.
report.
Absolutely.
I mean, look, I think one rate, I don't want to make the police's job difficult, is beautiful. I have concerns about, because there are people who it does matter to who still feel $1.25 is too much per hour. And I don't know if it's not working because it's not working, or we didn't make people widely available, like let them know that there's a discounted rate. I don't know if our messaging fell short on that, but it is really expensive to park in town, which is why I don't park and I walk. And I think that quarter difference can dissuade people. I do. I think, making it 125, I'd be interested in hearing from the CFO as to how short we are, and look at that. It's a percentage increase, it's 25%, just saying it.
So the other issue is, without making it one rate across the board, we can't make the changes to the zones.
Right.
We can't have the walking out of Chestnut Street and walking out of the Chestnut lot and paying on Chestnut Street. Now, instead of a 25-cent per hour difference, now you have a $30 parking ticket.
I know. I totally understand that concept. I just am nervous about, saying I would love to see our utilization increase and then for us to go the other way and go back to $1 per hour.
So anyway, so this is a map of the reorganization of the zones. The major reorganizations that will probably catch your eye is currently East Ridgewood Ave is a zone on the north curb and a zone on the south curb. And that's difficult for a lot of people.
Just get closer to the microphone, please. Thanks.
So that confuses a lot of people, right? Let's say you park in front of the park and you're facing east and you want to go over to Kilwin's for some delicious chocolate, which I do all the time. If you walk across the street and pay the kiosk in front of Kilwin's, you're paying the wrong zone. And I'm sure almost everyone here has done that. We would like to change that so the zones are east and west of Oak Street. Right? So if you get out of your car, you're in front of the park, you cross the street, you're still paying the right zone.
I have done that, and that is a great idea.
And then one of the other things you'll see is that we've married the lots to the streets. So Walnut Lot is part of Walnut Street, Cottage Lot is part of Cottage Street, Chestnut Street Lot is part of Chestnut Street, and Prospect Street Lot is part of Prospect Street. And that's just from how we've seen people naturally flow in and out of the lots. It'll be a little more convenient for them. And it just so happens that we dropped the kiosk in front of every one of those entrances that are for the street level. So we're adding extra kiosks for all these zones.
So I have a question about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this map, and I'm seeing a quick count, something like 15 different zones. That's in the adjusted zone.
Yeah, that's reduced.
Is it possible to reduce it further to fewer zones, or perhaps you're smirking at me, Chief, or perhaps one zone? And let me just say that I've been in this position for 4 weeks. The Shedler people were lovely tonight. I have gotten more calls and emails from people who are less than lovely about their parking tickets and the signage, and I paid and I got a parking ticket. And so, first of all, let me just say thank you so much for recognizing that we have an issue that needs to be improved upon, because that's really so critical. So, is it possible to reduce the number of zones further?
So let me ask you a quick question. Do you get a lot of emails?
I do.
So when you're looking for a specific email, without trying to use a search function, you have to continuously scroll up and down to try to find what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Now do that with hundreds of license plates.
You're talking about the enforcement officer.
Mm-hmm.
The less zones there are, the bigger those sheets and sheets are to try to find specific plates.
And they're doing it on phones, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not on iPads, they're doing it on phones.
And I'm wondering, and I am, as everyone who knows me knows, I am the least tech-savvy person in the room. My question would be, though, that there must be some search function that our enforcement officer could use that plugs in the license plate number to see if they have paid. Is that not a possibility?
It is, but imagine punching in 1,900 license plates while you're walking around.
So how does the enforcement officer check to see if someone is paid?
So right now there's searchable pages. So let's say they're walking through zone 1. They'll put in the zone on their phone, and they're able to scroll through, and each page is about 50 license plates. And on that page, you'll see color coding telling you if the payment is expired, if the payment is active, or if the payment is about to expire. If you have not paid that zone, you are not on that list.
I understand. And I am wondering if, because I've seen these things in, maybe it's science fiction movies, where the enforcement officer could utilize their tool to take a picture or read a license plate. And then if that could search the zone to say it's here or it's not here.
So we have that functionality in the car. However, car's getting a little older, it's not always on the road, and it's a single car. And do you really want that car stopping on East Ridgewood Ave to issue a ticket? The parking enforcement officers feel more comfortable walking on the sidewalks when they're doing, especially the street level parking. So we don't have that capability on the phones.
Is it possible to get that capability on the phones or on a different tool?
A wand.
Something
iPad.
that they could use in the same way that it's used in the car. And again, I am asking, I don't know, but it seems that that would be even better for the enforcement officer, more efficient, and could allow us to reduce the zones further. And I'm not saying that we would have to do this immediately. Perhaps we did this now and then looked in, because obviously we haven't done that yet. But what do you think?
I mean, I could certainly ask. The software system that we use for the license plate reader, we'd have to get in touch with them and see if they have that capability in a phone set. I mean, I'm going to be honest, the camera system on the car is pretty expensive.
And big.
Yeah, so I would be surprised if they're putting that in a phone system, in a phone capability yet. You know, why sell an app for $50 when you can sell something for $50?
I understand, and I'd leave it to you to follow up on that. I just know that my son-in-law, who is a software engineer, I believe that he can launch nuclear weaponry from his phone. And so I'm guessing that we might be able to find an app that could do this. And again, I'm not saying that we can, but it would be, I think it would be worthwhile to look into it. Obviously, there's a cost associated with it.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly
Thank you.
look into that.
The other thing I just wanted to say is that I think that the greater amount of signage in the garage is an absolute no-brainer. I think that, again, I can't tell you how grateful I am, and I know the council is, that you have taken this project on. And I know it sounds simple, but to try and make this less confusing, thank you.
Yeah. Dylan, if you could skip 2 slides. That one. Again, some of the goals of this project, one is to remove those old meter poles that I'm sure everyone thinks do not look very good in town.
I do. Could I, while we're here, can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Because Chris is here. So, so when I was working in town, a woman came in and had really ripped her bag and was really mad on the pole. And I had never even noticed them as visual clutter or hazard, and I went out, and I believe we have 1,200 meter poles left that are decapitated, like deadhead meters.
1,200, 1,400.
Okay, so that's, so what I was hoping we could do, and there's 2 mediums that they're in, one's in brick and one's in concrete. I would love to get an idea of, are they steel, Chris?
The poles?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're ferrous.
Could we take one down? I'm hoping I'm allowed to take one down, see if there's any reclamation metal on it, and then talk about the 2, how we could cap it. I don't think we can unearth it, but I think they need to come down. They're a liability in my mind. I'm not a lawyer, and they're unsightly. And I think they add to, you know, the signs and the kind of visual pollution that's going on. Those poles are very much.
But that's what we're saying. That's what we're going to do.
So,
and actually, the signal division already has a way to do it.
Okay,
to
good.
remove it and then cap it so that it's not a hole.
Great.
So we're all set.
Great. And do we get any money back for the reclamation metal?
That I don't know.
Because I'd love to see that.
The metal posts would be recycled. They
Right.
would be brought to a scrapyard. We get paid on their weight. That goes into Myrna.
Okay. Oh, so it's offset the cost of the transaction of receipt.
No.
Okay.
Any funds we get from recycling poles go to the municipal revenues not anticipated account, Myrna.
Okay.
We can't have the money go into an account to buy more new stuff because municipal finance laws don't permit that.
It can't go into the parking utility because it's a parking utility asset.
Bob might try. We might
Maybe.
challenge him on that.
Listen, we need some money in that utility.
Well,
So-
but the poles are going to be scrapped.
Great.
We'll get money for the scrap value. We've already discussed this extensively with the Signal Division. They're ready to rock and roll as soon as the weather gets better.
Great.
They might be starting maybe next week when we hit the 50s again. They're not going to be out there tomorrow or Friday because it's going to be downright cold.
Great.
We want like 40, 50 degree weather because if they have to make any mortar up to fill the holes in, we want it to cure properly.
And what does the cap look like? Is it just a regular cap? Because
It's going to be no cap. We're going to remove the pole completely.
right, no, but when then you're going to have the hole. Like you're going to have to cap the hole.
So we're going to put bricks back.
We're going to put a new brick in.
Okay. What about the ones that are in concrete?
We put a concrete
Just
plug
pour
in.
it straight in? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We want to make it, we want to remove the posts so you don't really see any residue or any indication there ever was one.
And is there a plan of attack like all 1,400 at once? Or are you going to do East Ridgewood Ave first?
We're going to start with a test area on Chestnut Street.
Okay.
We're probably going to have to do this early in the morning so that the spaces are free for the signal guys. They'll probably start at 5. They usually do start at 5 in the summer when they're like line striping, so they are accustomed to those hours.
And how long do you think the workload will take? Like if you start in spring because of the warmth, when will we be done completely?
It depends how many people we put on it. It's a labor issue. I've talked to Rich Charlton, Supervisor Signal. He thinks he can get it done pretty quickly. I'm not going to commit to a specific time frame until we see how many we can do with how many people, and then we have an idea how we can scale that up as time permits.
This is like so awesome. So great. That's awesome.
We brought Dylan here to hold some signs for you.
Yeah, so I said if we're removing those signs pointing to the kiosk, this is the one that's going to be placed above the kiosk so that you can see where the kiosk is, you know where to go. I think it's very clear. You know, pay here, it says pay by plate, it's very good, it shows you the zone. The next one,
So this one will actually go under the second sign that says parking pay by plate. These are going to be the ground rules. So you're going to have the ground rules underneath the sign that says, hey, you have to pay. So again, we did this one for, actually that's going to be all the rules. That's going to be street level and would be parking lot level.
right.
Sundays and federal holidays.
And again, we're going to pull down all the old signs and pop these new ones up. We think the nice bright colors and the size of them will be very
This is the size.
eye capturing for folks.
This is actually the size.
These are great.
So the wording on the small sign concerns me because it's still a little confusing where it says Sundays and federal holidays excluded. That could be read as you can't park here on Sunday. I'd rather it say,
How about payment on Sunday and
How
federal
about
holidays?
Sundays and federal holidays free?
yeah,
Okay.
yep.
That's
Okay.
easy.
For the last 40 years, it's been confusing what to do on Sundays, and I'm glad to see that it will finally be clarified.
But you would like it to say Sundays
And
and federal holidays free.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Yep.
Our signal division will be making the signs up.
I have another question.
Again.
A lot of these parking things have been based on whether you have a Village of Ridgewood sticker on your car. Are we going to, under this new program, would you still need that?
The only place you'll need those is when you have a hang tag for an exemption.
I see. Okay. Are you able to read that in the cars that nowadays have tinted windows?
This year is difficult. We picked a gray. But other years have been other years are fine.
Okay.
We asked.
Yeah. We thought it was going to be a little different of a color. When it came in, it was kind of dark.
The other thing is,
we'll work through it.
If you're talking to Calais or Kaye, however they pronounce the kiosk provider's name, they consistently do not accept quarters. That door that takes 10, 15 seconds, excuse me, to open, sometimes you can stand there for a whole minute and it doesn't open, and then the whole program shuts down. You have to put in your license plate number all over again. Very frustrating. I get emails from people complaining
Yeah,
about
and
that.
we certainly attacked that this week, especially Rich's guys. They did maintenance on every kiosk. We're talking to Calais right now to see if there's any updated hardware. One of the options that we're talking about is removing the trap door, and see if that helps at all.
Okay.
So there are some things that we're looking into to see if we can make that a little more manageable for folks, because that's one of the more frustrating ones. The credit cards always seem to work pretty well, but most people don't want to put a quarter on their credit card.
I'd say the 15-minute meters seem to be working pretty well. Everybody knows what a meter's for and what a quarter is for. And,
Yeah.
And I know the dry cleaners like it. And then the trucks aren't going to come in and take up five free spots. They're not going to pay the quarter.
Yeah, and that's why we decided to keep the 15-minute meters, because there's such a visual difference than paying the other way. So if you're parking in front of a meter, there's a reason.
Okay.
Any other questions?
It's great. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
I have one more question. So I had sent a video, Heather, about with the pedestrian plaza coming up about exploring, because you're both here. So one of the bits of information that we received feedback is that people like Beers Flower or Quality Shoe or dry cleaners or Scar Shop felt that they couldn't be accessed as much because there weren't enough 15-minute meter spots in the interior lot. I call it like the Roots Park West lot. I'm sure it has a name. It's got a name. It must be the Chestnut lot. Chestnut. I really think I'd welcome your opinion on having, where the alleyway is to Park West and then the alleyway up top. The thought process is that if we could have two additional, or deferring to you guys, access back there, it would help relieve some of the Saturday stress for the pedestrian plaza, because they could come in and go to the back. And Councilmember Reynolds loves this because she truly loves quarters. And I'd sent Heather
love
a
those
video.
15-minute meters.
But I like the idea of, and I don't know, I really would defer to you, but I think the upper part of that lot has no 15-minute meters now. So before we remove I would welcome your opinion on that, particularly in the summer months. Because if you just want to drop your shoes off, you just want to pick up flowers, you just want to go get your chocolate, quick in and out, you could do that. So did you?
So currently in Chestnut Street lot, there's no meter poles. There hasn't been for a while. So we'd have to add them. The only issue with adding 15-minute spots in the middle of a zone, in the middle of a parking lot, is people will find a parking spot, pull into it, see there's a meter there, not care, and walk away.
Right.
That's why we really like to leave the 15-minute spots at the beginning of a street or at the end of a street, right? Because you pull in the street, you see this distinct thing that's different than the rest of the meters, the rest of the spots. So that jumps out at you. There was a lot of talk when we started, even with the complimentary spots. Folks wanted in the middle of the street where it was closer to this store, middle street where it was closer to that store, and it just for people that aren't educated in the area, that'll be difficult for them to navigate. Could we try 15 meters back there? We could try them. I would like to see how it goes. I would certainly say that we couldn't do them in the middle, kind of where you're asking.
I was thinking the end cap by the alleyway would be ideal. And I sent Heather a video of just some ideas. But I agree with you, because you really don't want to encourage in a lot in and out, back and forth, because it's backing up.
You're talking about in the Chestnut Street lot,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Behind what is essentially Park West, the shoe repair place, or that area there. That would be a good spot for it, if it worked for the police and Bob Rooney.
I mean, we could try it. That's a pretty full and active lot all day, so I'm curious how people would react to it. But I mean, it's certainly something we could try.
Yeah, I think it's a good spot because it does provide great access to Oak Street.
Yeah, we'll talk to Bob.
And what's our signage like for the 15-minute meters? Do we have some, big signage?
So some of the areas that Officer Torino worked on doing that hybrid loading zone, 15-minute spots, those are signed very well. The other 15-minute spots kind of lag behind.
I'm just thinking that since we're doing some new signage here, that, those signs are like advertising. So some kind of signage that let people know that they could see that let them know that these are 15-minute meters, I think might be a good thing. And again, I realize there's a balance between letting people know and sign pollution. So I share that with you as an idea.
Yeah, we could certainly talk to Rich's guys, and I'm sure Ray has an idea for it.
Great. Anybody else?
You were going to just mention about the numbering.
Oh, okay. So with the removal of the posts, we will have to number the spots on the street level. This has nothing to do with the citizens, has nothing to do with how they operate. In fact, if they never noticed it, it would never change anything. The numbering the spots is for enforcement and accountability. So two issues that we run into all the time uptown. Somebody is doing construction in front of a store, and they say, "Hey, we want to rent these 3 meters for the day for construction." It's much easier to say, "I want meters 12, 14, and 16," than it is to say, "I want the 3 meters in front of the store," and then it's not the meters they want, and a sign truck shows up and can't hang the sign. So that's one of the accountabilities that we need to keep the spots numbered. The second one is for the enforcement side. Obviously, if we are expecting you to pay to park in this spot and pay for that spot, if we don't have the ability to account for you paying in this spot and being in that spot for so long, or not paying in that spot on the court side, then we have no accountability for that on the enforcement page. So, is that making sense?
Mm-hmm. It is, and personally, whatever you need to do in that regard, you need to do.
Yeah. How big is the number going to be?
We're going to keep them small. We're going to keep them about 8 to 10 inches, and they're going to be either at the. We're going to try to have them always at the head of the parking spot, because what happens is, as the license plate reader car is driving by, it's capturing that picture, and you're always going to see the parking spot there, right? And if the parking enforcement person is walking on the street, they're always able to see the head of the parking spot, because we have those awesome safety zones between the cars. So as the person's walking around, the parking enforcement person's always going to be able to look onto the street side and see the number.
You know, since you brought it up, and since we're doing something here anyway, does anybody have a guesstimate as to how many spaces we would pick up if we eliminated those safety zones? And let me tell you why. I spend as much time on Ridgewood Avenue as anyone in this room, and probably much, much more. I have yet to see one person utilize them as they are intended. And I realize the purpose is that if you it allows somebody to front in so as not to hold up traffic. I really get that.
Nobody does that.
Is that the purpose?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
The purpose is to allow the parking spot to be naturally bigger than it is, so you can maneuver the car better. But I think if you remove those, and cars are not 16 feet anymore, they're not 14 feet anymore, they're 20, and they're almost the same size of a parking spot. Imagine how difficult it's going to be if you don't have those bumpers anymore, and trying to park a Suburban in there or pickup.
The increase in the number of parking spaces would probably be the increase in the number of car accidents.
And yet, I have, and maybe someone else has, I have yet to go to a municipality other than Ridgewood that has them.
Westwood has them.
And so that's one other town. Virtually everyone does not have them. And for us, parking is such a premium, because we've talked about that for many decades. And all I'm thinking is, if no one else, or virtually no one else uses them, then we could somehow survive without them.
So I think parking premium is only important between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. there is ample parking any other time of the day.
I believe the village engineer might
Yes, he has something to say.
Yeah, you had made that comment about those spaces a few weeks ago. I discussed them with Dave Heffern. He's our sign guy. He showed me a excerpt from MUTCD, the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, regarding those spaces, and they may be a legal obligation for us to keep them.
Because?
It's in MUTCD.
And remind me again?
Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, that is the governing federal regulation on how we conduct our streets and parking in the public right-of-way.
And why would we be required to have them and most municipalities don't?
Well, we would be required to have them because we know about it. I'm aware of it. And it can be related to grants and federal oversight of monies. Allow me to get you the excerpt.
I don't want to belabor this. Does the rest of the council have any appetite for investigating the elimination of these? Because if you do, then we can look into it. If you don't, then we will leave it as is.
I would like to know a little more. I'd love to know what actually is required, because now just let's bring it up. I don't know many municipalities that have it. And I mean, to your point, Sergeant, I mean, 5 to 9, I get it. It's a couple, but those are the big money hours for a lot of the places downtown, so people want to be there, and those spots are right in the area. And obviously, fully respect, Chief, your view on it, but we'd definitely like to see if there's some science and some actual law behind it. I mean, maybe we can get rid of some of them, but I've heard this idea pitched for years, and everybody's always got a reason why we should do it or not do it. I'd love if we could actually get some hard and fast information on it going forward.
Anyone else?
I think that most people do not know how to parallel park, and they need them.
Right.
I mean, I'm always in for exploring ideas, but having 2 teenage drivers, it is a nice little buffer. I feel that, being honest, I'd like to see no parking on Ridgewood, more walking, and the less traffic, the goal when we were building the garage was to keep less traffic on Ridgewood Avenue, because it's just so crazy and dangerous, and with the kids and the bikes and the backing up is like a nightmare with young children. I feel that we should be taking steps to get people to park more in the garage. And I mean, I'd be into listening, but I think if the police are saying it's safer, I'd defer to that. And you do not want to parallel park with one of my children. I will not name.
I get it. I believe that because there are 2 council members who are interested in this, I think we should explore it further. Not to say that we are going to do it, but if you could get us some data in terms of the law, whether there is such a law that requires us to do this and would hurt us in any way, the number of spaces that we would save, other municipalities in the area that have them. Because certainly if there were half the municipalities within a 20-mile range have them, well, that means something to me. If 2 have them, that means something to me also. So if you would be so kind, I think we would appreciate that.
We covered everything in your PowerPoint. So as he indicated, we want to start on Chestnut and the Chestnut lot. And so we'd start there. As Chris mentioned, we can start, once the weather warms up a little bit. I know it's going to be bitter cold the next couple days. But, when we get in closer to the 50s, it'll be easier. And so the main thing I'm concerned about is that big sign saying pay here, because without the directional, if you have never been to Ridgewood, you may not know where the kiosk is. So hopefully that's very visual, very clear, and we'll change that word to free, so very clear also about the only time it's free. And then also we'll look at the 15-minute meters that are not well marked and start marking them as well, because we can do that right away.
Terrific. Terrific. And if as a follow-up, you could just check that license plate reader to see if that was something that we could do. But meantime, by all means, proceed with with where you are, because I believe that we all support everything you're doing here. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay for the next one because it's the police radios in case they have any questions. So this awards a contract under state contract for 2 tri-band Motorola mobile radios from Regional Communications of Paramus, New Jersey. This is not to exceed $16,717. The radios will be assigned to patrol and will be replacing broken or failing radios, as well as adding new radios to incoming vehicles. And this allows, as you heard at the budget meeting, allows them to communicate with all towns and county agencies around Ridgewood and also communicate on the county encrypted channels.
My only question is, I know last night we heard from EMS that they bulk order these for fire and other departments. Is there a way to get a better deal on them if we bulk order them with other, like, I don't know if fire uses the same type of radios, but is there a reason why we break it out as opposed to trying to bulk order them and maybe get a better rate?
So we're currently purchasing the Motorola radios because the county system is Motorola based for police.
Okay.
I don't know what the county networks are for fire, so that's why we're sticking with the Motorola ones. We have the luxury of Sergeant Scarpa from the Sheriff's Department is a longtime Ridgewood resident and one of our radio gurus over here. So he helps us with the radio systems. So that's kind of why we're going with the Motorola ones. And unfortunately, there is no group rates. It is state contract pricing, so it is what it is. These radios are certainly expensive. The Kenwood radios we're using right now are actually here longer than I have. So, yeah, so we got our money out of those radios for sure.
Great. Anybody else? Good.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next one is awarding cooperative purchasing under Bergen County contract for untreated bulk rock salt. It's to Atlantic Salt, Inc. of Lowell, Massachusetts, not to exceed $78.75 a ton. The total is $140,000. The funding's in the street operating budget. Last year's quote was $75 a ton, and so it's a $3.75 increase per ton. However, last year's prior increase was $20.59 per ton. So that's good.
Next.
Next one is the concession refreshment service. Thanks, Chris, for everything. They accepted proposals for the Water's Edge Cafe at Graydon Pool. There was one packet requested, and it came in. It's from Millsworth Foods of Ramsey, New Jersey. They will pay the village $10,500 for the summer season. This company has serviced the Water's Edge Cafe for the past 6 years and has provided excellent service.
And there's just one small error.
What?
It doesn't affect anything, but I think it needs to be clarified. On the actual bid proposal, where it says total amount bid numbers for 23 and 24, it says
Right.
$10,500. In the paragraph below that, they filled in
Oh,
$1,050.
you're right. You're right. Yeah, yeah.
No, that's 10%.
Yeah, it's 10%.
Thank
The
you.
bid bond. It's a bid bond.
Thank you so much.
I was going to say you were trying to show Pam up.
I was, yeah, I was. That was my moment.
Okay, the next is accepting a monetary donation of $1,000, which is being presented by the North Jersey Masters, and they're the ones who run the Memorial Day Run. This is because each year volunteers made up of Parks and Recreation staff and family members, as well as neighboring residents, host a water table on Fairfield Avenue for the runners of the 10K during the Ridgewood Run. So they wanted to thank us. This is to go towards the community center as unmarked funds. You know, they can do with it as they will. The next is rescinding and replacing a DOT grant. We did award a contract to the low bid, which was American Asphalt and Trucking of Newark, New Jersey. But last year, right, so what we did in that bid was that we awarded $350,000, but the total was $414,961.62. DOT has informed us that the full amount of the bid must be awarded to comply with their requirements because this is resurfacing of Prospect Street with DOT grant money. So therefore, we have a new resolution which will award the full amount of the bid to American Asphalt in accordance with the NJDOT requirements and will rescind Resolution 22-364.
Questions?
This is to repave Prospect from Ridgewood Avenue to Maple Avenue, right? Not to Grove Street? I should have asked that before Chris left.
Sorry.
Oh,
I
well.
don't know. I'll find out.
Okay.
The next one is an agreement, shared services agreement for the styrofoam densifier. As you know, we've had that for about a year at this point, and we're looking to use it for shared services with other municipalities. So Mr. Rogers has made a shared services agreement. We are going to just take a closer look at the costs for the price to be charged before we send it out. But we are looking at our neighboring municipalities to see if they're interested.
We just got this tonight. Can I send you any edits tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Great.
So we'll put this on.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. Sean, do you want to give more information? I do. Good. Thank you for waiting so late.
So much.
So this one is no good anymore. There you go.
Thanks, Sean.
Just after exploring
Well,
the
since
idea of this,
Don't talk till you get to the microphone, please.
since we didn't read the original agreement because we got it a couple
Are
hours
you
ago.
ready for Pam's edits?
Oh, I see.
So Sean, why don't you walk us through the agreement?
So one of the things, when we were originally looking at it, we were looking at a flat rate charge for a certain amount of bags. And that just didn't really make sense after we thought about it. We were looking at a charge of $150 per 25 95-gallon bags. And I thought it was going to make it difficult to pay if they don't show up with 25 bags or if they show up with 30 bags. And then what do? Do we send them home with 5 bags and say, sorry, we can't take them? That's not what we really want. So we decided to go to a per bag cost, which made us change our numbers around a little bit. And I think that'll be more advantageous to us, and we can play around with those numbers moving down the road, because we would like to leave the door open for the possibility of when other towns do that don't have their own collection service at their recycling centers that still do host styrofoam drives. We would like to stay competitive with the companies that they bring their stuff to and leave the door open for them to bring it to us.
So what price are the companies charging?
Well, that's the problem with the other. So the other company, they have the same. They have the problem that we have in the original agreement, where it's very vague. It's $125 per load, but the load is not. Yeah, it's not specified what the load is. It's just per truck, and a lot of people are looking to go away from them because of that. And the towns that we're entertaining right now, they had their own recycling programs where they accept the styrofoam, but it became increasingly difficult to store it and then truck it to the place. And a lot of them have canceled their programs because of it, and they're looking to revive it through us.
Sean,
Yes.
tell me, these 95-gallon bags, are there other communities that are doing this?
There are. They don't have the densifier, and that's a lot of them have stopped their programs because of the fact that the only place to bring it to that's local is in Haskell for undensified material, and that's why we wanted to get the densifiers so badly, because when we looked at what we did a couple of loads of undensified material to Haskell, and over a course of a year, if we kept our program going, it would have cost us almost $10,000 in disposal fees for and that's just money that we're giving away.
Gotcha. My question is that when people bring their styrofoam to a recycling facility in whatever town, now that town has to load that styrofoam into bags.
Yes.
That seems incredibly labor intensive.
Not at all.
It's not.
No, we do it at our center because we get so much styrofoam in that we sometimes have to put it into those 95-gallon bags until we can densify it, and it's not labor intensive at all.
And again, I ask because I know nothing about this, but would it not be more straightforward if they came in and we weighed it in a container truck?
No, because it almost has no weight. That's the problem with we did an experiment where we loaded a box of that was a 1 yard box, a 1 cubic yard box, and we packed it with as much styrofoam as we could, and we took every amount of air space in that box that we could, and we weighed it in the box, and then we got the tear weight, and it was about 7 pounds in that box, and there was a lot.
So what I'm thinking is if a customer came in, another municipality with a roll-off truck, and they had a 20-yard box on that, that's going to have, I would imagine, some, even if it's half or 3/4 full, some measurable weight. And this way it could be weighed when it's full, the truck?
That would be more labor intensive than doing
Really?
it this way, yes. We don't, I mean, we tried, that's why we had to, we originally tried to weigh the bags. We don't have a scale that can, that can weigh a tractor trailer. We only have a handheld scale that we put stuff in. So we went out and we got the little luggage.
Got it.
And we tried to weigh the bags.
I'm off base.
We got
Nope.
per the 95-gallon bags, we got no weight.
Got it.
So no weight registered out of one 95-gallon bag.
So another municipality would pay us $5 per bag.
So, yes, and the reason why is we said 25 bags is because when we were loading our roll-off to take it to delivery, that's how many bags we could fit in a roll-off.
Right.
And that's how we want to try and keep it to a number that's not going to be labor intensive for us. We did 20. We can do 25 bags in a half an hour.
Got
So
it.
we're trying to keep each delivery of styrofoam to a half an hour of labor.
Got it. So, and then we would take this densified styrofoam and then sell it to
Polymold in Princeton. So I have some interesting information for you. So since we started this program in January of 2022, we have successfully collected over 7,000 pounds of styrofoam, and our return on that has been about $3,008.
So we get about 40 cents a pound.
It's last time the first time we delivered it was 42 cents. The second time we delivered it's 45 cents. The price fluctuates.
Is there another market for this besides that one company?
There are other companies. They don't pay as much for. That's why we bring it to
my
them.
concern is, of course, that if we only have one outlet, that could be a problem.
The material. The market for the material is infinite.
Thank you.
There will not be. For me, those of you who know me, I live and breathe recycling. And the need for this program was there because the increasingly scarce amount of landfill space out there, and we had to get this out of the landfills. And now that we can, because we're the first municipality in Bergen County that has the densifier, we're ahead of the game.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
And thanks for doing this. So it's you're ahead of the curve.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Because
Sean.
of you guys, I'm ahead of the curve.
Thank you so much.
Others? Anybody?
Nope.
Good.
Thanks,
Thank you
Sean.
so much.
Sean, I just wanted to say it's so impressive, you know, not just because we're getting money on the reclamation, but because it's not going into the landfill.
Oh,
And, you know, it's
great.
It's a
It's
huge,
very, I would, some of you, I know
It's
Pam
awesome.
has been down to see the machine. If you guys ever want to come down and see the machine in action and maybe throw a couple of pieces of styrofoam in, it's very satisfying.
I'm coming.
Thank
Okay.
you, guys.
Our next item is outdoor cafes. We have two, but the one that I think that we were trying to look at was the one you have on the dais tonight, which is a seasonal operation, which is they're permitted to operate right now between March 1st through December 31st. So there would be nothing permitted from January 1st to February 28th or 29th. So was it that you wanted to allow it all year?
I thought that that's where we wanted to go, is to go 12 months a year, because
Right.
there are inevitably, as there's already been, days in the 50s in January and February where it's a great opportunity for outdoor dining. And it's great for our residents, it's great for the businesses, it brings people to town. So I think we want to go back to, which was the system that we had since its inception.
Right, so we actually did it for COVID, is where we allowed it year-round.
That's when, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So, but yes, so everyone's in agreement? If so, then we'll amend that ordinance.
I have a question, though.
Sure.
I mean, I agree. There are some days in January and February, it'd be lovely to sit outside, but I hate to see, you know, we have 2 weeks of freezing cold weather and wind and I don't want to say restaurants don't take care of it, but it looks cluttered. Like, I want to avoid having that, you know, that doesn't look so good.
I agree with you completely, Lorraine, and I think that the past practice has been that people take them in, restaurants take them in December, November, December, and they put them out in March, April. And those that are nimble will put them out for the day when they know it's going to be relatively warm. So, I mean, that's been the practice. I couldn't agree with you more that it gathers leaves, it's a mess, that no one sits on them, and the chairs get all strewn.
And if it rained, and
Right.
then it's like, is there anything we could put into this that could clarify that they just can't be left out there for, you know, days on end when we're having snow and, you know, when the temperatures are not
Conducive to outdoor dining, so when
yeah.
it's 22 degrees.
Right.
Right.
Have them out, because then if people are walking on the sidewalks and it's freezing and they've got their, you know, they can only see, they only have this much skin exposed. You don't want them walking into tables that are not being used. I don't know. Is there any kind of wording we can put in?
I'm thinking.
I mean, when I spoke with Matt, I mean, I do think we needed to address snow removal, like there has to be something. So I actually sent the full ordinance to Heather, and she sent it to all you guys on that, because I can't send it to all you guys. I do think we need to have some legal language, Matt, which I don't speak, regarding snow removal and the maintenance, so it doesn't turn into a storage facility.
I mean, wouldn't that be separate, though? I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, you could have this problem regardless of whether it's chairs. I mean, I would think maybe do a separate ordinance or something else. I don't know if there's any existing enforcement you can. It's simply requiring business owners to ensure that that in front of their stores is clean, tight, and neat, and tidy. Outside of this, because I mean, the existing one doesn't make any sense to me, because you have the same problem in December. Yet December they're allowed to do it, but January they're not, which is why I don't oppose the way it is here. I think the point, Lorraine, you make is legitimate, but I see that as something separate from this document.
you're talking about is making a general regulation with regard to the maintenance care that the store owner or the property owner, we have to designate one or the other because many of the tenants that operate businesses, maintain it, keep it clean, and remove it for snow and any other necessary requirement or event that may impede free flow of traffic and safety of pedestrians.
I mean, I would say we vote on this next week, and then perhaps, Matt, discuss maybe a separate ordinance requiring, and again, it's a great point, either the tenant or the business owner or the property owner, whoever it is, to ensure that the property in front of that, that the area in front of the restaurant or business be, free of clutter, we can come up with some language.
Yeah, I think it has to be the business owner. I mean, because if it's not the business owner, then the business owner doesn't care. And they'll get it secondhand, thirdhand from the landlord. But I think it's, and I think that it can be included in the cafe ordinance, which I'm very familiar with, because all of those tickets go to the business owner.
Well, what I want to make sure of is that, I think everybody knows that the commercial property owner is responsible for the upkeep of the sidewalks in front of their premises. So whether or not that's abdicated by lease to their tenant is an issue. So we're worried about enforcement, and we want to be able to, if it's not properly taken care of, we want to have the right party that we cite or that we find in violation.
I understand the cafe ordinance is directed at the restaurant owner, and so I think that this could be something to augment and beef up the cafe ordinance. That at all times, whether in use or not in use, this must be kept in a and again.
Yeah, we'll work on something.
With some language, but this way. We can expand this back to the way it was for many years as a 12-month a year operation. And Lorraine, your concerns are, I couldn't agree with you more. And we would need to, in winter months, make sure that our enforcement officer, who I know is doing a great job so far, went around and took a look, and if people aren't keeping these things straight, they need to be ticketed. They must be ticketed.
Okay. So, do you think you can get that ready for next week?
Sure.
Good. Okay, so we can do both by next week.
Great.
So that's great. Okay. The next one is the administration of government. This is rewarding of this section for the appointments of mayor, deputy mayor, and president pro tempore. I don't know how you say that. And to change it from July 1st to January. And also that, so that's basically what this is, due to our change of reorg due to the November election. Okay, so we
This
can...
is fine. I also sent you today the planning board and zoning board ordinances that have the similar amendment that's needed there.
We also made this, in Siobhan's instruction, we also made this gender neutral, because it used to be, the way it was written was very, very masculine. So now that it's gender neutral, so it covers all the parties.
Great.
Great. Okay, the next one is the Graydon Pool tennis and pickleball membership fees. So the PRC board met and they suggested that fees be adjusted to accommodate the increase in cost of living expenses. They are also proposing addition of a babysitter category and a rate for those families, because the need for this has increased over the years. This would allow the family to purchase a babysitter pass for their household to be used for any babysitter, au pair, or nanny over the age of 18 that may be caring for their child. The babysitter badge would have the restriction that the user may not enter the facility unless they are with the child, and it would not be able to bring a guest with that pass. Also, they are recommending reinstating the non-resident pickleball membership and to set the maximum number of non-resident badges at 50. This is up for discussion. I don't why don't we start with the seasonal memberships? I know there was a question about the non-resident senior where it said NA. So it's the same as the adult for seniors. They don't charge less for non-residents.
So it's $60.
Right. It would be the $235
Oh, we're talking.
for non-resident. So it's same for adult or senior, it's the same for non-residents. Other than that,
Well, I'm looking at non-resident seasonal membership under tennis, and where it says senior, it has NA. So should
it's
that
the
be
same
the
as
same
adult.
as the adult?
Yeah,
So
we
that
can
would be
change it. It's the
60?
same as adult, basically. It'll be
And then
60.
on the next page for pickleball, the same thing.
We can put the fee in. It's probably easier. It's more clear.
Yes.
Regardless of the age of the adult, it'll be the same. But we'll just do that. I think it's definitely clearer.
And can I say something I've never quite understood?
Uh-huh.
Under daily guest pass, the first one says adult, child, senior, resident. Does that mean that a person who is not a member but is a resident can walk in and get a guest pass? Or does it mean that somebody who is a member can have some other friend who's also a member come as a guest for $15? Am I making myself clear?
I think this means that anybody who wants can come in and pay $15 for the day.
So that
If they're a
if they're a resident.
If they're a
Okay.
resident, right.
Okay.
If they're a
And if you
resident.
wanted to bring somebody else, you could, but they have to come with the resident.
And the resident coupon book,
Yes.
if you're a resident, you can go and use a coupon for yourself, right?
Yes,
that
in
what
other
that
words,
means?
what this does is, this gives you one free, if 10 days to come in at $15 is $150, this gives you 11
Right.
visits. So it gives you,
That's
yeah.
not really my question. I was wondering, who can you use the coupons for?
You can use it for,
You can use it for yourself.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I believe you have to be a member, though, to purchase the guest coupons. So I'll double check
It
that.
says resident member guest
Right. So
coupon
I think
book.
you have to be a member first, and then you can purchase that.
Well,
And
then
then
you'd
you
be
could
using
give
it
it
for-
to whoever you want, but I will double check that.
Okay.
You could use it for a friend visiting from out of town.
Correct.
Your sister.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
All right.
Okay, so you're okay with these fees? And then we'll go on to the pickleball and tennis. And also the question of, do you agree with the recommendation of the staff about allowing the non-residents?
How did they come up with 50? I'm just wondering about that number. You don't know?
I think it was to limit it. I don't know why it was 50.
I'd go for 30 or 40.
Okay?
Yeah, I think when they allowed non-residents prior, I don't know why this number stands out in my brain, but I feel like it was somewhere between 70 and 80 non-residents signed up.
Mhm.
I could be totally off, but somehow that's what I recall.
Yeah. They say it's a small population. I don't know how big that maybe small as 80. I don't know.
I seem to
And-
recall when we cut out the non-residents, it was a
Correct.
big difference.
Yes, it was.
And so I think there are a lot of non-residents out here, out there. That's why I'd like to start low. We could up it later, but
So does everyone agree with 30 or 40?
Yeah, well, let's go 30.
30?
Let's say.
Everyone agree? Okay, so we'll say 30. Okay, so we'll introduce that ordinance next week as well. So that's the last one. So our review of next week's agenda, we have several proclamations. I'm just looking to see which ones are. I think for the most part, they're all everything that we've discussed. No specific annual ones that we did not discuss. So,
So
The only one, Heather, did you get shade tree on here?
No, I'm going to do that. Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay.
For
So
next
that's
week.
missing.
Yes,
Then
I'm
you'll-
sorry.
and-
Absolutely.
And you were clear, I sent you the picture back, that made sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay.
Well-
Let me know, if you look at this closer, just let me know if there's anything that you want off of the consent agenda. And then, that's all I have. Let me just move my seat, so if we have comments, I can time it.
And we'll open up public comments.
Wait.
Rurik, I don't believe that your mic is working.
Just let's let
Rorik
Heather get settled.
Holiday, 1 Franklin, sorry.
There you
Go.
go.
Rorik Holiday, 1 Franklin Avenue. I have a feeling you should probably pass an ordinance saying that all meetings have to end at 10:30.
Oh.
Anyway, as far as the parking, I was very pleased actually by what I heard, and I frankly think the simpler, the better. I mean, you really need a PhD to be able to figure out parking in the downtown area. Last night, Cindy and I hosted a small group at a favorite restaurant of ours, and half the talk or the calls we got before was, where do we park, how do we park, what does it cost? It's ridiculous. It is just ridiculous. So, and then looking at the parking, again, look at the big picture, meaning we are being burdened by the garage, which is so uneconomical with the debt that we incurred because of that, and something has to be done about it in some way. I don't know what it is. I don't have the solution. And also looking at the big picture, let's remember, Glen Rock, you've park free. Hohokus, you park free. Westwood, it's 25 cents, very convenient in a parking meter. So just continue simplifying the parking situation, plus get some great minds to work and think of a way of just coming up with a brand new solution to the problem we have. It's untenable what we have. So this is one. The second thing is on one of my favorite subjects, Shedler. I want to compliment the village council. I think you have made more progress in the last month than was done in the last 6 years, and I mean real, honest progress, where everybody's opinion was welcomed, and where some great ideas came up. Now, one of my pet peeves about Shedler, and there are so many idiotic things about the design, and I hate to use a word like idiotic, but I tend to be fairly candid with my comments, is the berm, which occupies about an acre. And I know just before the election, they went around and mowed down all the weeds and planted all these Christmas trees on top, which will never work because they're too far from each other. So if you think of creating a barrier, they'll never do. So I'm thinking, how do you turn a lemon into lemonade? I don't think I'll live long enough to see the berm being replaced by what should have been a wall, an 18-foot wall, which would have created a lot of soundproofing and safety, etc. So my suggestion would be to bring in someone who knows their way about trees and what have you, and to really turn the berm into what I would call a wildscape. Let it grow wild, start planting all sorts of trees. You'll end up with a good acre of trees growing there. Now, and then at some point you're going to have lots of weeds. It's going to look like as ugly as hell, as it did before it was beautified just before the election. So I know this is a crazy idea, but think about it. because maybe that's one way of doing it, adding a good acre of trees, replacing a good acre that you're losing by planting trees as dense as you can all over the berm, etc. One other thing, the community garden, I don't know enough about community gardens to have much of an opinion, but my instinct is that probably in a suburban area like Ridgewood, New Jersey, where lots of people, most people live in houses with gardens, that it's unlikely you're going to really have a big demand for a community garden. And I was thinking, at the risk of maybe not getting served dinner tomorrow night, but suggesting to someone I know who's a good friend of mine, who I've known for a long, long time, who knows her way around gardening, etc., would be to turn the community garden into an arboretum of native trees. You can have a good acre, but it requires someone like the Conservancy to do that. So if I don't have dinner tomorrow night, I'll come to my favorite restaurant in town.
Thank you very much, Rurik.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Anyone else in the audience?
Good evening, Jacqueline Holm, 30 Carriage Lane. I'm here to talk about Shedler. I want to just add to some of the things that were said, because I think that there's so many new people that I was part of the entire process from the very beginning, before it was purchased to present. I was actively participating and following, and I realized that there's a lot of stuff that is being left out and omitted. First of all, the area is extremely unique, which was said. There are no sidewalks. There's only one way in and out of this area of Ridgewood. It's filled with cul-de-sacs and dead-end streets with only one main artery, which is West Saddle River and Route 17. You can't access this area by foot. You have to drive there. You'd have to cross a highway, and there's nowhere to cross that highway or any other main road by foot. So younger children, high school children, whomever it might be, the only way to this area is to be driven there to and from. So there will undeniably be a big increase. And so there was mention of the traffic study. Was that incorporated? And I think that traffic study was done so long ago that the area is changing. Route 17 is increasing tremendously, and we need something updated in regards to that. I also didn't hear about, because of this being an adult size and older children, about buses and sports vans in the area. Where will they park? On the streets? Where would they be given enough ample space to pull in, like we are seeing and experiencing at Habernickel? That wasn't thought of, and then it became an issue with the community. Their streets are wider. They have more streets that go in and out, two-way streets. Again, this is a very, very unique property that wouldn't be able to accommodate that the way it is. So there would be more parking needed, more space needed, and we just have to think about that. Adult size parking, one of the things that I keep hearing, which to me I think it's very unfortunate that people keep referring back to nothing has been done. And there was, one side of the room says that, and the other side of the room also says the traffic studies, the grants, the open space, the green acres, the historical, the public meetings, back when. Well, there was a lot that was happening and a lot that was being done that I almost find offense when I hear that nothing was done. I argue that something was being done almost all the time. I felt there was a lot of due diligence. I feel that the groups did come together and spoke, and I think that the 2017 plan was a reflection of years and years of what we did. And I also haven't heard anybody say that there was a pandemic, and that stopped a lot from happening at that point forward. There was also a lot of state, county, and municipal meetings that had to take place more than once that didn't allow us to move forward on certain things. So the 2017 plan was approved by residents and sports teams and the community at large. The 2019 approval of the land being historical, I'm just going to add, be very, very careful with the Pandora's box that you're about to open in that regard. So if you, in 2019, it's almost advantageous that when all the groups met in 2017 that the parcel piece wasn't incorporated in it. If at this point we end up going back for all these changes to go in front of the council for a similar of a variance change, you're also opening up to all the residents showing up again like they did in the past at the county level, at the state level, where things were shot down and not allowed to go through. You also open up to more bonds, as you made mention, and those bonds, like the garage, could also bring a group of residents to challenge and not see that go through. If I may just wrap it up.
By all means.
2017's plan was done. It's in the process. Shovels in the ground. We can have this done by summer. I don't understand why risk opening up all these Pandora boxes so that we could end up giving potentially years down the road of this not being done. The parcel is undeniably historical. I can read an email. Pam Perrin sent me proof of artifacts on the land, of the artifacts that were found there that are now housed. There's the sword.
Jackie, if you could wrap it up, thank you.
Yeah, so there's swords and letters. It's undeniably a Revolutionary War site. Had the residents had that approval in 2017, I think the plans would be very, very different, but it wouldn't be different in the sense that we would have more playing fields. I think it would have been kept more as historical, so I don't want to open that box.
Thank you so much, Jackie. We appreciate all your comments. Anyone else from the public?
I would like to comment on two things.
Your
First,
name and address,
Michelle Italia, 3 Betty Court, Ridgewood, New Jersey.
Thank you, Michelle.
I'd like to comment on the discussion of the pickleball courts. Does the town know where all the pickleball courts are located? Do you know where all the pickleball courts are? Any of you know?
Please continue. We don't answer questions during public comment.
Well, the only one that I know is at Hawes School, which is a tennis court, which conveniently was turned into a pickleball court, and which only is opened on specific time. And a lot of the seniors who play pickleball were very upset because at nighttime, late in the afternoon, 5 o'clock, it was closed. There is a demand for pickleball among seniors, and they were very happy to come from all over the town to play pickleball. However, a lot of people don't like pickleball courts because they say it makes noise and it bothers them. So the Park and Recreation Council changed the rules as to when they could play. So they could play during the hot summertime when it was hot, but they couldn't play in the afternoon or in the evening when it was free. In other words, it was cooler. There was no sun. That's one. I think you should probably be aware of that. Again, Hawes West is the one where they put the pickleball court because somehow nobody in the town wanted pickleball courts. All right, I'm going to go on to the conversation that we had before. In reference to property value, I'm a realtor. I know for a fact that when people buy a house, they go to an area which they find that is no noise, not loud, that they have quiet and tranquility, and gives them the opportunity to walk around. I do not believe, and I don't know if you have analyzed West Saddle River Road. It's pointed out every house, every street is a cul-de-sac that ends up on West Saddle River. When they did the study, they didn't take into account the amount of times that there is a major problem on Route 17, and West Saddle River Road becomes Route 17. And people like myself have a hard time getting onto West Saddle River Road because it's so crowded. And people can't walk or take their dog for a walk because it's car after car after car, all going in one direction towards Hohokus, on past that to get out of the traffic. Or they go down Bogart Bridge to East Saddle River Road, which is a tiny little bridge road that can't handle two cars very well, particularly if it's a truck. And by the way, trucks do pass there. So it creates an atmosphere where the citizens are stuck and have to wait. That should be considered to the uniqueness of the area that no one mentions. So as far as that is concerned, I seriously would like you to go and take a walk in that area that you want to cut down all the trees. The people in Ridgewood were out there when that sign, that billboard was going to be on, and they decided that they didn't want a billboard on 17. But yet, the town and the council is seriously considering cutting down trees so that the people on West Saddle River Road can look at the highway and the cars passing by. As quality of life, I think that certain members in this community deserve the same as other members of the community. And by the way, to put the issue that because of the flooding and because of the environmental changes that are taking into the town and happening to the community, why should this area be the only one to give that up when we know that environmental changes are going to happen, and even in our side of town?
Thank you very much, Michelle.
You're welcome.
And I just want to point out, it doesn't really make a difference. The pickleball courts are at Glenn School.
What?
The pickleball courts are at Glenn School, not
At Glenn
Hawes.
School.
Yeah, and it
at
didn't
Glenn.
make a
I'm
difference.
sorry, I
I
said
understood your
Hawes.
point. Didn't make any difference to your point. I just wanted to.
I know. You're
correct.
absolutely right.
Yep.
Maybe you couldn't.
Not a big
didn't
deal.
know because
Thank
of
you
that.
very much.
I just worked in Hawes.
I got
that's
you.
Why. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we will go to... Yes, I'm seeing none. We will go to our virtual participants, and I see Catherine Schmidt is back for more. Good evening, Catherine.
Good evening. Not only back for more, sat through the whole thing. Catherine Schmidt, 123 South Irving Street. And I just have to say that I thought it was a very useful meeting. And having heard everything I heard, I still reiterate what I said at the beginning, that I stand with the residents of the East Saddle River Shedler neighborhood to say, gee, what's really going on here? One of the things I did was I scanned through the master plan to see what phrases, what statements might actually support this, and I just want to read a couple of them. So consider broadening historic protections beyond downtown to preserve character and instituting design review. Historic preservation tools could be put in place to protect houses in neighborhoods susceptible to tear down, in addition to historic landscapes. Another one, the Route 17 corridor in the vicinity of Vallow Cemetery, the Shedler property, and the Old Paramus Reformed Church is an important part of the village's history. The views associated with these sensitive properties should be protected from out-of-scale visual intrusion. Developments that would be out of scale with the existing built environment along the developed portions of Route 17 corridor should be restricted. Another, consider requiring on-site tree planting to offset the development of parking spaces or increases in impervious coverage. Another, benefits of historic preservation. Historic preservation is the identification, evaluation, protection, and enhancement of buildings, places, and objects of historical and cultural significance so they continue to play integral and vibrant roles in communities. The preservation of historic resources results in economic, social, and aesthetic benefits, ensuring that those resources remain intact for the enjoyment of future generations. Another, preserve and maintain undeveloped open space to protect woodland open spaces for recreation, environmental education, flood storage, and carbon sequestration to ensure the resiliency and sustainability of the village. Did I cherry pick them? Yeah, I probably did, but I couldn't find much in the master plan that said add more lights, add more artificial surfaces, or cut down trees. So I hope you consider some of the directional issues of the master plan as you decide what to do next. And I also would say that I support Councilwoman Reynolds' idea that whatever new plan is decided, it would be wonderful to see it overlaid upon the plan that so many people already thought was accepted, because it really helps you to understand and see the trade-offs. What new are you getting and what are you giving up? So thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Shall we have a motion to go into closed session?
I wanted to say two things.
Oh, by all means.
Two questions. So in response to the buses question, that did come up at Parks and Recreation, and it's not a Board of Ed field, and none of the youth sports programs partner with any towns that bus the kids. I asked about the busing, so what that effectively means, it's not the high school, so there will be no buses for any of the youth programs that are Ridgewood based. The second thing I want to clarify is that since 2017, the statement of nothing, that means the village has been unable to seek or gain approval from SHPO. No, none of these plans at all are approved by the state oversight. So, and I do agree with you. I mean, it is historic at this point, and my question is, at what point and who decided to do that? That's what I think we need to understand, is that if people had known all along, I want to be an honest broker that during this time, there are people who were serving on committees that said, had we known that, it would have made a different decision. So I just want to make sure, no buses for the youth sports. And my statement about nothing occurring, it's because by law, we can't do anything without the state having approval. So literally nothing has been done. Thanks.
Okay.
Ready? Be resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on February 1st, 2023 at 7:30 p.m. or soon thereafter as a matter on the agenda can be reached. And the said closed session be held in the fourth floor caucus room of Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to contract negotiations, FMBA, and legal Green Acres diversion and town garage. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 at sec, and be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed complete by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.